Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern, and we are opening up the doors for tonight's session, where I hope that at least one person cries, because it'll make me feel a little better. So, we don't have any announcements, except for, hey, thanks for joining us. That's an awesome announcement. And we're going to jump into tonight's recap and get this show on the road in this old marble rolling down the mountain. What happens? You just get a big ball of duct tape and silly putty, and then you just put a bunch of razor blades and broken used needles in it and just roll it down the hill.
What?
No.
Sounds like a very terrible, bad, ill-advised idea.
No, a bad ill-advised idea is launching it out of a catapult. You're up first, Mongo.
Mongo could make that happen. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Yeah, we woke up drunk again. Apparently somebody earned a new nickname. Somehow. Because they sang a song in their native language.
Oh, it's what can you do? It's what the munching drags ski.
Yeah. Let's see. Somebody else promised to help a bunch of goblins and didn't. Somebody else helped a bunch of goblins and got hailed as their goddess.
Hey, specific to you. She can get to that. She might be proud of that title.
Let's see. Got to read notes from our parents.
Yeah,
All
you
of them
could care less about your note.
saying that they're dead, not coming back.
You immediately shredded yours up and just used it as litter.
That is not true, and you fucking know it. In reading said notes, some of us got to find out just how blunt our folks could be.
Sorry, you're just a statistic. Hopefully, it's a probable one.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, the player loved the exchange between your parents.
Yeah.
It made me giggle.
And then, as if that wasn't enough of a punch in the feels, then we got to find an old friend of the Obscura. Dead, tortured, and just kind of dumped on the doorstep of the Magic City.
A little more than dead.
It wasn't the Magic City, it was the upper crust.
Yeah, that's
The-
in a method that's not supposed to happen. So that's going to be fun to figure out. The Obscura, and by extension all of our parents and Sir knew him as Crier Bell. The fucked up thing is all the siblings knew him as Correct Yes, the librarian from their hometown. The same library where Mongo first met Humphrey. So, needless to say, the kids are on a warpath.
Mongo's on more of a, squeaky warpath.
Squeaks of rage.
Yeah? So what else?
Much anger. Lots and lots of anger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nikolai, what about you?
Not much happened actually to Nikolai. He went to the gray market, waited in line, didn't get anywhere, went home, got drunk apparently, Went to the Grey Market again, waited in line, didn't go anywhere, then got stabbed.
The Tinker is the equivalent of boo balls.
And then got summoned to the center, or the castle, or whatever it's actually called there, to witness a old friend from his own town be murdered, mutilated, and tortured, murdered, and mutilated. Maybe mutilated was before murdered too. I don't know. And then went to the Grey Market to get some special answers, or try to get some answers from, this guy that knows a bunch of shit. Ended up not being there, so he went back to the castle.
All I see on my screen is,
And then went back home, discovered, or gathered all the packages that the parents hid around in that home. Of them include the notes that we were talking about. And then went to the castle again. And then we're standing in front of a giant red dragon. That was the short and sweet. And that's all that happened to Nikolai. Oh, he also drew some pictures of the death scene.
Sup,
Greg,
what
yes.
happened, Emperor Scavard?
A lot. Originally, Scavard was gonna go to the, actually do some, put out some information in regards of how we could actually help the Goblin Quarter before we were summoned to the actual, the top upper crest where we found Correct Yes, who had been tortured. Scavard set up a ceremonial, circle.
Yeah, you did an Arcana one. You did a Blood Magic one.
Mm-hmm.
We learned the fate that he had, and learned his name was Prior Bell, and it's not just Correct Yes. And Scavard, for the first time, vowed vengeance for Prior Bell and the Obscura. After that, we went back, gathered as many things as we could after reading letters from the family. Found everything that there was to find within the house, and were then summoned back to the deeper sections of the actual city's upper crust, into the mountain itself, where we came face to face with the dragoness that told us that yes, we have some sort of bigger connection, and the dragon was there the nights that Ithos died. So that's a thing that happened.
Cayenne didn't really get into too much, aside from being basically claimed as a goddess to goblins of...
Divine Ascendancy's not too much, huh?
It was unintentional. All I did was want to make sure that Bobbins, her kids, and the rest of the goblins in the town were actually fed, because she was literally going to catch you in a cage and cook you for her and her 4 goblin children.
After you see where they lived, you can understand how
Yes.
that would have been quite rewarding for them.
Yes. They lived in a very,
That
very,
was just a
very
rat.
depressing, rickety soup kitchen.
Well,
Essentially.
I'm just wondering what dish you would have cooked with him. Was it ratatouille?
It would have been a spicy meatball. Let's tell you that
Rat
much.
the box.
Oh, that's right. We did leave
Well, he's
a,
kind of small, so wouldn't it supposed to be rat kebab?
We did leave a thing with a loofah in regards of how we can go about fixing up the Goblin Corner, and attempt to provide an education for them.
Because they're dumb as rocks.
They're fucking adorable and mean well.
Oh yes.
Paint it black. It'll make you more stealthy.
But
In the right circumstances, it's actually true.
after I decided to go visit the goblins and saw the sign where the food was who the food was distributed from, huddled around by a bunch of goblins.
Proceeded to get basically war painted by the entire tribe.
Yep. Still wearing said paint that no one has seemed to notice or even say a word about at all this entire time because it wasn't
You
clean.
had a lot of stuff going on, though.
I mean, there's a lot of shock that's happening. I'm pretty sure a painted cayenne is not as wild as.
But
Plus, I mean, the paint kind of ends at waist level anyway, because they can't reach that high.
It's all over her legs, all over her lower belly, all over her sides.
I mean, to be
On
honest
my
with you,
gear?
a completely bloodied cayenne wouldn't throw us off.
No, a pristinely clean, perfume-ridden cayenne.
That would be,
what?
what the hell did you do with my sister?
Oh fuck, triplets!
I don't like even that visual. There will be no cleanly coiffed hair on this fucking four-legged woman's head, okay? Same with the tail. Screw that. No.
Oh, you
But-
got a little bow on your tail?
I think the only one that can get away with that is Lufa or
Osling.
Osling.
Even Osling wouldn't do that.
Depends on what it's made out of.
Actually,
If
she would
it's
do like
the
a
entrails
skull.
of her enemies, maybe.
It'd be made of sinew. Sinew
Leather.
made like ribbon. But outside of the fun with the goblins, was summoned to the upper crest and did witness the same atrocities that my siblings did with the brutal torture, mutilation, and murder of who we knew as correct, yes, but he was known in the Obscura as Cryerville.
You also bambied and stepped on Mongo's tail.
Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah, got a lollipop.
From a, yeah, you did.
Yeah.
From a was she
Orc?
a tiefling?
Orc.
Yeah.
Because she, remember, she grabbed you with one hand and lifted you up.
Yes, by my harness. Okay.
You haven't been manhandled like that since Gunnar.
That. Yeah, Gunnar. That was the last one.
Pony caked.
Permanent nickname. Outside of that, we did go to Left's Pub. While I believe Nikolai, he stayed behind. He was making doodles, or he left with an entourage on his own.
He did the sketches and headed down to the lower to talk to the information broker, but soon returned disappointed because he was summoned, of course, to the castle because of the breach in security.
Yeah, because I remember it was me, Mongo,
Alufa,
Alufa,
And coin.
Coin,
Coin,
and Scabbard,
And Scab.
Feisty.
and Feisty. We went to Left's Pub, which
And Sirmir.
and Sirmir, which turned into basically being a private party for the party.
A
Because-
private morning session.
Yeah, essentially, because the guards would not allow anyone in at all.
I mean, it was a smart idea that Nikolai had. It was just bad timing.
It wasn't even bad timing, it was just...
Didn't stop to consider that
Yeah.
the information broker would have been summoned himself.
But considering the traumatic event that just happened, fucking makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then when we, anywhere we went throughout the town, we had an entourage with us at every given moment. Then we did read our notes from our families, got the items that were hidden in the maze that was left behind by the parents.
Humphrey said he was calling in a favor.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's where we're at
Which,
And then just got dropped on a table by a big ass fucking old as fuck dragon.
yep, face to face with a red dragon who flat out said they were there to see the death of his mother.
They were present for the death.
Yeah, they were present the night she died.
And that's where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna pick up with you, with the children of the Obscura standing at this table on the other side, face to face with this rather large, ancient, imposing dragon. Beautiful, but probably terrifying each of you. And what are you guys going to do?
What do you mean you were there?
She just looks down at you. And she just looks you over for a moment. What's that?
Calm.
Dude, serious moments.
I know. It fell. I had to throw it away.
She looks to you, Scabbard. Doesn't take much effort for her, but all those things jangle ever so slightly, almost like wind chimes. She just looks you over and she's like, your mother, I was her third choice to put you to safety. At that point, when she came to me, she was brutally injured, bleeding, near death, begging me to carry out this favor. And I granted it. And then she asked me for one final favor. She didn't ask me to heal her. She asked me to take her somewhere and finish the job. I gave her an honorable death.
Okay.
Why would she not want to be healed if she could be healed?
To protect you. And she just brings a hand around and she brings it down on the floor, and you just see some sort of magic you're not even familiar with. Even rolling Arcana, you couldn't perceive it. She just puts her hand down on the ground itself in front of you, and you just see the runes ripple out almost like a wave, formulating and appearing. Like she doesn't have to draw them, they just appear. And you just feel like really something like sick in your stomach as that moment of like terror actually reappears from her, that aura that she gives off. Like almost like at the back of your throat, like, oh fuck, I should run. That fight or flight instinct, you know? Kind of like when you're walking past a fence and a dog hits the fence when you're not expecting it.
For the briefest of moments. Kind
Yeah.
Of, okay.
And you find yourself in the Spotted Dog Forest. And you see Ithos as has the very few guards remaining with her. You can see that she has various injuries and arrows and wounds. And she's barely standing. And she just stumbles a little bit, and one of the guards keels over, and she grabs the guard and takes the child from the guard. And she looks around, and she's like, I've come to bargain with you. And she walks further, leaving a trail of blood behind her. The guards with her, barely held together themselves. And the body that they leave behind is the cleric, long injured, past saving. And eventually, this red dragon approaches Ithos, and they go somewhere, and they speak in private regarding what she wants. Ithos begs the red dragon to take the children, the ones that remain. Absolutely crushed by the fact that she lost children along the way that she couldn't save. And she makes the bargain with the dragon. And the next part of it, you see it where they're standing in the middle of this very nice green open field.
It's still good.
Okay. And Ithos is there, and she's down on all fours, looking around at she's just looking at the grass, how beautiful it is, the scenery. And you're getting your first glimpse at the wilds of your homeland. And the red dragon comes forward, puts a hand on Ithos' shoulder, grabs her head, and just snap. Gone instantly. That's where you're back in this room.
Actually, I think the camera is running. Okay, no, we got it.
The table is still yours.
So you made a deal to protect us somehow?
Yes.
From who?
From who?
Not my affairs. I don't know who. The Obscura had enemies. They're not my enemies, so they're not my affairs.
Do you know who might know who?
She just shakes her head ever so gently. Unfortunately, Crier Bell is dead. He would have probably had an idea.
There's no magics that can bring him back?
Not with what was done with him.
What about Sir Mir? He was with them. He knows spotty memories, pieces and fragments of memories. Humphrey was with them.
In both those cases, something you would understand, if you were to take a mirror, a reflection of all your memories, whole, and drop it out of a window and it shatters, without using mending, how easy would it be to put that mirror back together?
Probably not easy at all, and if you could, it wouldn't be very well done. Do you know how our other parents died?
No. I had a simple plan, and that was just to protect you.
So you were there when we were growing up watching this or something?
She just kind of nods ever so gently, like you can barely see the nod.
Oh, that's freaky.
And she brings her hand around again and she touches the ground, and that same, like, sick feeling happens again as she just moves you. It's almost like this one you're getting more used to it, but it's kind of like when the elevator drops ever so slightly and you just get that, like, sudden jolt.
I hate those elevators.
Those elevators are terrible. And you see a snowy pathway, like a roadway that's very snow covered and it's a bit deeper. And the snow is coming through the canopy, and it's a spotted dog forest. And you see a Kenku with a backpack on, walking along. And he has all these notes in his arms, and he's just going over them and over them, and just kind of like, almost like going back and forth across the road and back to the side, slowly working his way down the road. And the Kenku's just talking to himself constantly, like almost maddening, like going over the notes, going over things that they heard, you know, mimicking and going around in circles in their vocabulary. And he stops and he looks forward and he looks up and he just says Ithos. And the red dragon is there and gently pats him on the head and rests a hand on his shoulder and says, "No, but you can come home. I'll look after you too." And this red dragon walks off with Crier Bell down the road, calming him. And now you're back in the room again with another fragment.
So he was trying to find us. If you were watching us and protecting us and you knew who he was, why didn't you help him find the rest of us?
That's not how things were offered. It wasn't my place to help him find you. I was just simply there to protect you.
But
Anyone else?
We need to go through his notes, see if he wrote down who the hell's caused all this.
You guys can do a wisdom. If you got stuff to burn on it, you can.
nothing coming to me. That's a 5.
I got a natural 20.
Nice.
23.
Modified 10.
Okay.
Better than a 5. Unless ignorance is bliss.
Cayenne. All be quiet.
Okay.
As this dragon looks to each of you, you're watching probably intently at her. Not wanting to watch her leave, move, anything that she does. And you see how she's watching each of you. And it hits something in the very back of your mind. I'm going to message you something.
Okay.
And you can play it out however you want.
I haven't had to do that yet, I think, at all in this game.
Doesn't happen very often.
I don't think it's ever happened.
It's happened just fucking rare.
Gonna let that sink in for a moment.
Is this place safe? Is it the only people that can hear and know any conversation is the 5 of us?
Yes.
I was given a vision by the lady in the forest, often known as a hag, that my father did something that made a copy of himself. Do you know where he could be?
No. She looks to each of you at the moment of disappointment of you three. What I deal with is planar problems, not a single place. I deal with things that cross many planes, as does the people I work with. The deal I made with Issos was simply a deal I made with her, and the terms were very specific.
Are these terms that you can share?
She simply told me to protect you. And she knew one day you guys would leave. And that's when my terms ended.
Why did she have to die?
Yeah, if you could protect us, why couldn't you protect her and us?
That's not how some magic works. And to end the Obscura, all of the Obscura had to be gone. At least the most major of players. And if she was found dead, they would assume that the children vanished as well.
Were you
So
the
it was a
reason?
ruse.
Were you the reason we all ended up together?
Yes.
Why can't we remember most of our life?
Magic.
Is there a reason why we can't remember most of our life? Like, I understand magic, but is there a reason why that can't be undone?
It's for the safety of where you came from, to protect it from those that are prying.
Well, obviously that didn't work. Because something happened to Crier Bell. Unless he left with us and we didn't know that.
She just gets a little bit more comfy and a little bit more restless because she's unhappy. And you see that, and you probably recognize the mannerisms a little bit. Crier Bell left soon after you guys. There was nothing I can do about it.
So, in the visions that we got, he was seemed quite cognizant. More than what we remember as the librarian. How did this happen?
Which part?
When we saw the people that killed him and torture him and mutilate him do it to him. He was speaking fluently and correctly, instead of terrible mimic cry.
He understood the curse that was given to his people, and he accepted it, and found a way through it. The Obscura helped him.
Probably traveled enough to build up enough of mimicry to speak normally.
The curse of the Kinku doesn't work that way.
We've only been gone for a couple months. Or has it been longer? How long have we been gone?
I don't know.
Do you know?
Hasn't been that long. You're right there, Tone?
Thinking.
It looks like some smoke is coming out over there.
Could you do us one favor?
She looks over.
If you or any of your associates find anyone with one of those clothes, let us know.
She just smiles, and not even the aura of fear is there. It's just like that smile is just like, oh, those are a lot of really sharp teeth that are well maintained.
Time to start a new collection.
So, are we just not asking the right questions and we have to ask the right questions to get answers? Or do you not have any answers?
What I've presented you is what I can tell you. I have my own things to protect. I have my own people to protect. Your parents have more than likely set a path forward for you to follow. You need to take that path.
Find the path first. Can't take a path that you can't find.
Osling just looks over. She's like, yeah,
Osling was here?
all the siblings are there.
Oh,
Not just you
I
guys.
thought it was
Yeah.
just us. You,
Yeah. It's all of you guys.
I thought you said it was just us.
No,
Maybe
and the other siblings are there too. Osling looks over and is like, yeah, and trusting the word of a red dragon, you might as well trust a beholder that's got you in the gaze of death. She looks at the rest of you guys. Why don't we just trust the Dwarven Empire? It's a red dragon.
I have reason to
Apparently,
believe,
she did protect us.
I have reason to believe that the red dragon before us was our mother from our hometown.
Osling looks over like,
Huh?
and your sister just like,
Okay, so
Am
I remember
Red
Mom
Dragon.
being big,
Um,
but you know everything's big to me.
Am I kind of correct in that statement?
she looks at you in particular. And she just smiles ever so gently. Children, mind your manners.
What?
I'm going to approach her respectfully. And I know she'll probably either roll her eyes or get annoyed at this, but I'm going to bow at her instead of outright hugging her, which is what my urges are telling me to do.
Yeah, she's massive. Her one hand is bigger than you. She could just probably pick you up and splat.
Yeah. Or just skewer me with one finger.
Yeah. And she bows back to you. And Osling's like, your sister's just like, I'm gonna act like paint on the wall that I don't exist.
So, you're saying that she's mother? Are you mother?
She just laughs a bit, and it's probably unnerving to hear an ancient red dragon like this laugh a bit. And she moves her hand very gently over you, and it's like a mountain passing over your head. It's probably terrifying. And she brings both her hands together very gently, and you see some sort of magical runes happen. And it's like you a blink and you miss it moment. You see that familiar stone giant there, the mother.
Does a name come to mind?
Wisdom. And she walks over to you, Cayenne, and gently hugs you.
Hug back. How is Osling reacting to this? That's what I'm curious about, because she'd be like,
Osling's like,
22.
17.
you had advantage on it.
No, you got 16.
advantage is a 19.
You remember.
Mother Kodos.
That just kind of ripples through all of you. Osling's like, I knew a few Fae, and I can give them your name. And you see Mother just look in the direction of Osling, and Osling's like, or not.
Osling got the mom stare.
Osling, this is our representation of Mother, Kodos. I am sure Kodos is not your real name, though.
She's like, oh no, it's not.
If not for her, we wouldn't have even known each other existed.
Nikolai just goes over, hugs your ankle.
She picks you up ever so gently and hugs you. That's nuzzling close. What's Manga doing?
Should I apologize now or later?
She looks at you very...
The amount of trouble that I am going to get myself into, I will be cleaning that fucking school for my next 9 lives.
She looks at you and she's like, I know all the trouble that you got into. I just simply didn't say a thing.
All
Drop
the
in the
trouble?
bucket with what I'm about to do.
What about you, Scav?
I don't know how to react to that.
Scav has 404.
There's a lot of... It's too much for that little taste to handle.
She looks at you.
Scav's just thinking about how he can work that into his title.
I'm proud of you. Each of you so far.
Thank
I
you.
finally made a machine that makes me useful.
You've never been not useful, Nikolai. You just don't see it.
Oh my god, for a second. You've never been useful.
Crushed!
Like, that pause of not useful. Like,
He becomes
oh.
the villain. Instantly, like,
And
fuck.
he reaches into his pouch and pulls out the reach measure. I made this.
She looks at the tiny little device in your hand.
It gets bigger. Want to see it?
Oh, great, he breaks
What?
something out of his pocket. Don't worry, it gets bigger.
Oh my god, no. Stop. Dad.
In front of his stepmom.
Let's just make this better.
Don't worry, it gets bigger. Yeah, sure, that's what they said about the micro machines.
Alright, I just got the worst shirt idea. There's just the artwork of Nikolai holding up the little Reach Magacha. Don't worry, it gets bigger.
You want to try that wood again there, buddy?
Would you rather I say him with his gizmo in hand?
Don't worry, the gizmo gets
That
bigger.
doesn't sound any better.
I'm pretty sure it sounds fucking worse.
But if you're here, then where did we come from?
It's complicated, and once you guys settle down, I'll visit and I'll explain things.
Okay.
I hope I could have brought you some closure to a few of the things.
Some answers, but so many more questions.
Such is life.
The biggest question is figuring out who that group was with Briarbell.
If I show you the pictures I drew, can I show you the pictures I drew that we got from the vision? Maybe you know them.
Nikolai, for your sake, I hope you didn't take your drawing lessons from Scabbard.
No.
He actually is really good
Extremely talented.
at schematics.
Apparently, I take after my father with the drawing.
She motions and walks to the table with you guys.
Okay, I pull him out and lay him out. Oh. Just in case, I'll show him the pictures that I've got of the that tiefling pirate guy and the kid and stuff too. That I drew. These separate things. I haven't had time to look at them yet. Just if you don't know them, that's fine. That was a weird story.
She looks at the tiefling one and the information regarding that. If I understand the politics of the city as I do, you'll want to keep this one as an ace in your pocket. Because I'm pretty sure there is going to be a lot of trouble coming down you regarding this. And this should alleviate that trouble.
Good to know.
As for these cloaked figures, no.
Huh. Do you know who that tiefling is?
Terrible person.
Oh yes, there's also a wizard who's made the shit list as well.
Right.
Yeah.
There's
Oh yeah. I reach around for the drawings of that shit.
She looks perplexed for a moment.
And I put those out.
And then she looks at the other drawings and she's like,
There is a corrupted wizard that deals with Loth, I believe, that has been creating abominations.
if this is for you to mention to the city and handle with the city.
It has been. I believe I have a way of tracking this wizard directly.
And as we discussed, we cannot fight him head on.
No. This is not something we can do alone.
So telling everybody that we're gunning for him, bit of a bad idea.
Yeah.
Unless he changed his looks, that's like the best one I've done.
Alina's still at the other side of the table.
Wow. You said our siblings are here, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Dylan, come here, come
everyone
here.
is.
yeah. It's just the siblings. None of the extended council or friends
Yeah.
or anything like that.
All
Or
the siblings are here.
the familiars aren't there or the pets. Lillian walks over and she looks over at Kodos and she's like, you know, you can actually use Red Dragon blood as good fuel. And Kodos looks over.
This is my sister. She was apparently killed, but then reincarnated in her form.
And my twin sister, Osling, was raised in the wilds by gnomes, but was also enslaved as a workhorse by the Dwarven Empire.
She looks down at the end of the table.
And
I don't bite. And Osling looks back. You can go fuck yourself, kindly.
I don't blame Osling at all based off of her past. I do not blame what she says.
Sorry, she's been through a lot.
Speaking of, Sunny.
She looks around for Sunny. And Sunny's under the table.
Is she under the table?
Am I
Yeah.
short enough to just see her there?
She's like curled up along the edge of the table, like with her claws into it, like I'm not here.
Oh,
Trying to become the table.
I am
You know, with the magic she's got, she might fucking do it.
You can try to drag her out.
So Sunny's closest to me?
You can get under the table and pull her out. She's just like, almost like gum stuck to the underside of the table.
I will gently remove her.
Sparta when he stuck to the furniture?
Yeah. That's
Very,
pretty-
very, gently, remove her from that spot. I'll look at Mongo.
And she's got her claws out and she's like, oh, am I a peace offering?
No.
No, nobody's offering you. She's had a very rough go of things.
Is she going to harvest my organs for a debt?
No,
Okay.
What? No.
no, there's a group who found out who she was, and we're going to be dismantling them.
Curtis looks over at Sunny. Sweet little munchkin tabaxi, I'm not going to hurt you.
Aw.
She reaches over and she touches, just kind of ruffles Sunny's fur on her head. And Sunny just starts purring instantly as, melts right in your arms.
Sweetie cat noises.
It's like when you pick up Spartan, he goes fully limp. It's like you've never seen Sunny this calm before.
Oh, and since Mother put us down on the table, I will make Reach Magic go full size, so she can see it.
She looks at it and she's like, that's very creative. Congratulations.
Thank you. I couldn't let Ace in here. Ace is cool. He's like 4 foot tall, like lion with scorpion tail.
Manticore.
Okay. You're doing well, Nikolai.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Well, I think all the answers we'll be looking for we'll probably find at home.
And libraries.
And I mean at home, Nikolai. Essencrest.
Oh, yeah.
Actually,
We've got
I
dozens
think
of
we
things.
need to go to our original home. If correct, yes, or Crier Bell, whatever name you wanted to go into, had notes about whoever the fuck this group is, they may be there.
You're talking about where Mom kept us? Can we go back to scour the library?
I can do that for you. Until this is resolved, you're not permitted to come back home.
Okay.
I have to protect the other people that are there.
How do we get a hold of you?
When she finds something, she'll let us know.
Okay. That works.
I don't suppose you can teach me how to hide ourselves from them real quick, like. Didn't think so.
So, for moving on sake, with you and the other siblings that are here now, she does some sort of magical spell you can't really comprehend. Again, this magic is far outside of your current tier of things.
We don't even get to roll.
Yeah, there's no point.
Right, so she's doing something, and I'm still at the level of jack shit.
She's casting spells, and she's not even creating the actual circles physically. They're just appearing and forming themselves. The various magical elements. And across this entire table, you see basically, for player knowledge, Hero's Feast.
Oh.
And she's like, once you're done eating here and you go through those doors, you'll feel a little bit better.
Okay.
Yeah, and you partake, talk amongst each other,
Yeah.
get to sit and talk with her a little bit, rekindling a...
The whole Christmas dinner kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where we talk about
Trying
family
not to start a
reunion
food
Christmas
fight.
dinner where we
Yeah.
tell
One
her
of the many
everything
food
we've done.
fights.
She's on this end of the table, Osling's on this end of the table. She's only eating food that you hand to her because she doesn't trust any of the food on the table.
Trying to get Sunny to eat other than scraps.
I would have made a plate for Osling.
There's more than enough food here. It's an absolute absurd amount of food, and you're like, the thought probably comes up, where does all this food come from? And it was magically produced.
Awesome.
And you bid your farewells. Do you actually get a hug from her?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She hugs each of you, and you head through the double doors to rejoin everybody. And just like she said, you feel a little bit better. And you hear the rumblings of people in the side rooms, your council and other people that you associate with talking amongst each other.
Did she give us any instructions of things not to say to anybody?
Nothing that you haven't already been told as far as keeping your titles out of things. Use nicknames, not your actual names for things.
Nicknames. Wow, gotta come up with a nickname. Okay.
Yeah, all the nicknames have been assigned to this table. That table
Hey,
ain't
look.
got jack shit as far as names
Hey,
go.
look, it's Crotch Gizmo.
What?
Just Gizmo.
Oh my god.
Just Gizmo.
No, that name's
No,
copyrighted.
whatchamacallit.
And
That's
This is
candy
last
bar.
name.
It literally has part of his last name. Whatchamacallit. There you go.
That's candy board. That's copyrighted.
Yeah, probably can't do that one.
Or Whirly Jig.
Alrighty, gotta come up with a nickname apparently. This is
Scrap
mother
mouse?
telling him that, not some crazy pink kobold in a bar. He'll come up with a
And
nickname.
yeah, now you have that heavy knowledge on top of the death of Crier Bell on you now, knowing that Ithos made one hell of a deal.
And the mother who raised us was actually a red dragon, not a stone giant.
And she said she knows everything we did. Like,
It's not even just the things you did at home. She's been keeping tabs on all of you up to this point.
How much of our memories have returned?
Not a lot. It's still fuzzy around the edges. You remember playing a little bit back home in this orphanage. You remember some of the details of it. You remember, sneaking out to your equivalent of the Losers Club. And Mongo, you have Humphrey in your hands, like in your little paws. You haven't put him back on your head yet, probably for respective mother.
Yeah.
It's like there's these little pieces put back together.
Any like friends that we remember?
It's fuzzy around the edges.
Okay.
It's like more of that like cloudiness of your past has been lifted and there's more pieces filled in.
Use nicknames.
Can we call
Osleen
them
looks at you
Scrambles?
guys as she heads into her room. I still don't trust that. They're conniving, they're evil, they eat people, and they will backstab you in a moment.
That describes kind of a lot.
Oh. It crashed.
The player is wondering, it's like, with his gnome friend, the conspiracy theorist in the town. Like, I can't imagine, like, if Nikolai would tell her those stories.
Stop.
How she would react.
So, yeah, you head back in with the council and you hear them talking amongst each other. And Sirmir actually has his sword and he's just a whetstone along it, sharpening it. And Kip is like, I hate to tell you, Sirmir, you're sharpening your blade for no reason. He's like, sharpening it? If something comes after you, ma'am, I can kill them. Unless you want me to stab them with a dull blade, which would be more enjoyable. Kip is like,
I have my character up.
It's gone.
Here, I have a copy of your character in PDF.
he can send you the PDF.
Alright.
I downloaded
Internet
all those.
issues.
Can you read the PDF for me, please? Because I just let me in some stuff.
So,
I'll give you the one I have. We'll go from
Don't
there.
stop. He's sending it to you as is. If any of you guys it goes down, we can send you the PDF. We have them backed up just in case. So, yeah, Sirmir is just sharpening his blade, and
I'm just going to send it
Kip
to
is like,
everybody as
Kip was like,
preemptive.
no.
There you are.
And Millam's like, you make good armor too. We have these bolts back home that actually pierce their hide and they explode. They're really cool. We have anti-dragon defenses.
I would love to hear more.
Anti-dragon defenses.
Yes.
Well, I imagine some of those, you said ones that could pierce heights and then explode? Well, if they can hurt a dragon, I'm sure that they could probably fuck up a few fair others.
They're usually mounted to walls or airships. They're not portable.
Not yet.
I mean, our chief engineer was responsible for that. I was just responsible for explosives. Topper was our engineer.
You've got to. Can I read your journals?
No,
Why?
they're sacred to me.
What?
I don't
Then
think even
Can
I
you
would
teach
be
me
allowed
how to make
read
a
her
few,
journals.
kind of pull out the alchemist kit?
And she hands you a formula. She writes it down really quickly as she's standing there, and she hands you the formula. Do an arcana.
Okay. While I was sending people their PDFs, I forgot. I didn't catch who.
That's fair. Just play it.
No,
were distracted.
Who is this that we were talking to then?
Oh, this is Millum.
Oh, okay.
13.
You're looking at it, and you're like, "What the fuck am I looking at?" You turn it this way, and you're like, you even like reach in your pocket and you pull out a shiny coin to like look at it in a reflection, like.
Yeah, Mongo hasn't seen her magic up close yet, has he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're just seeing her alchemy formula for a basic explosive, and it's just, what the fuck am I looking at? It's like you took Greek and you translated to the French, and then Swahili back to Greek.
And then for good faith.
Right, so pull
Latin
out the
and
alchemist
then
kit, put it on the
Sanskrit.
table, open it. So... Bit of the red one, blue one, and green one?
You'll figure it out. If not, well, I'm sure we can find someone to put the pieces back together.
Well, that's discouraging.
I'll share my journal notes with you, so you know exactly.
Consider it.
Okay. Besides that, it might help me figure out how to help you understand how to teach you some of the spells I know.
Aldufa walks over and she looks at you and she's like, "Are you okay?
Yeah.
What's with your sister looking rather angrier than usual?"
Yep.
She was none too keen on who we met with earlier.
Oh. Yeah, none of us at this council know anything about that. It was just between you guys and whoever it was. Strictly need to know basis, so yeah, that's way above my pay grade. And the gnome looks over Nikolai's regent's like, "Wait, you get paid?" And Wraith's like, "We all get paid." Alufa's like, "I don't get paid in particular because I'm an associate and a supporter, so I pay myself."
You're an ally. And you'll get your returns if this all succeeds. Right? That's how that stuff works, right?
Okay. So, the council's at your discretion.
So, Prairie, Wraith, can we talk?
She's like, oh, she hops down out of her chair and she's like, "This is where I get fired."
I'm not going to
And
fire you.
And you hear her say this. As
She's gonna set you on fire.
I'm not going to do that either.
Whereas, like, I can arrange that.
Nobody's going to get set on fire.
Millam's like, "I got highly combustible liquid combinations that you can't put out." Whereas, like, "Ooh."
You sound like so much fun.
Oh, but if I want to catch something on fire, it's like a bad idea.
I believe that was
Because that's something you're catching on fire is usually yourself.
Also, it
Or one of
sounded-
us.
Millam's like,
Sorry,
"Unfortunately,
Captain
it requires a goblin from the fire plane." Yeah, them.
Yeah. Might be a little difficult to get a hold of currently, but I'm sure.
Wait a minute, didn't you open up a portal to the fire plane or something?
Oh, he would have known if there were the goblins from the fire plane in that area. They scream a lot, they charge you, and they like to blow up on contact.
Oh, that sounds crazy.
Their blood is essentially an explosive glycerin, and they're not too smart, like to eat gunpowder.
Already then.
Reminds me of an old friend of ours.
Angry walking bombs. Gotcha.
And they're not very smart. They're
Well, I
like-
mean, you can't be very smart if your goal is to blow yourself up. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, if you have a way of piecing yourself back together, then it's a perfectly viable tactic.
I
What?
guess. Sounds painful.
Poor Diane's
I
hearing
it
about
was the
the
best tactic. I just said it was
goblins
a
you don't
tactic.
want to hug.
Speaking of goblins, Alufa, that charter that I sent you, I know a lot had come had come to play out before anything was done, of course. I don't suppose there's any way we could actually have that done. Obviously, can't do it right now, but in the near future.
It'll get done when it gets done at the speed of things
Understandable.
getting done.
Understandable.
I've heard this phrase before. Things that get done at the speed of government.
Yeah.
Very slow.
Oh.
So eventually the War Council leaves this heavily reinforced area, or not a War Council, the entire council, and heads back to their normal area where they operate, essentially. And as everybody starts settling around the large table, you see this person there, almost like a tan type of color, and very angular features, very well dressed. And they walk across the room and they walk up to Kippa. And they pull out a scroll and they hand it to Kippa. And Kippa takes it and she opens it up and she's like, right. And the woman looks to Kippa and is like, you have been served an ordinance. You and your council will evacuate the city until further notice.
What?
Kippa looks at the person and is like, no. By the decree and the relations to the royal family and our families, I'm going to kindly tell you to go fuck yourself. And the person takes a step back like, Kippa. And Sir Mir's like, and Lufa's like, Lufa comes in and she speaks to Kippa, and they're talking back and forth. And the person's like, is that the message you want me to deliver to the royal family?
No.
Kippa's like, no, sorry, forgive my rudeness. We are not leaving. We will handle things according to the decree. Now get out. And they're like, okay. And they turn and head out.
When they leave, I go over to Kippa and I tell her the information that Mother gave us. Like, this is apparently an ace in our pocket.
Kippa's like,
I don't know exactly what it means, but apparently it would be important to these people.
Oh yeah, the whole thing in regards to the pirates.
The pirate.
Child.
she looks very confused, like, what?
I will proceed to explain the entirety of the events that occurred within that cave.
No. We met somebody very important who gave us useful information. And that person, when I said mother, that was just me speaking, not Nikolai.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, not the cave with the dragon. I'm talking
Oh.
about the cave where we found out about that.
Oh,
thing.
okay. Okay.
My brain.
But yes.
Someone, please speak clearly. I'm dealing with a lot at the moment with...
Nobody said this was the time.
If,
It might be the time.
It honestly would probably be
Okay.
the best time.
okay,
I don't know.
okay. There is a lot of moving pieces going on right now regarding you staying within the city. There are some noble families that are vying that you have to leave because you've endangered the people of the city. The queen is on their side, the king is not. Generally, we're going to see how that plays out. Any information regarding any long-standing issues and resolutions will benefit you guys greatly. Right now, I'm having to call in a lot of favors essentially, and a lot of strings pulled and offers on the table to maintain protections in the city.
Okay.
Well, definitely one thing that would sway the public opinion would be to do things that will benefit the city.
Yeah, but if they're going to kick us out, we can't do those things that benefits.
Yes, and the Queen sees the best option
Yeah.
for that is to throw you out of the city and never let you back in.
Okay. So,
There's a couple of things that we have to wrap up before we can move on. But we'll
Okay.
do everything we can to expedite everything and get the fuck out as fast as we can.
These are long-standing allies of the Obscura. Repairing any damage done would be your best course of action.
okay. So, I will pull out the pictures of that I drew of what we saw when we did the identification in that cave, and just tell her the story, and tell her that we have very important, very reliable information that apparently this might be helpful for them.
She's writing all this down, and you're actually seeing like Kippa's writing, and it's actually very beautifully written down. Like, it's nothing like kobold language. It is very much noble language.
And we know where this is. We know where the child is buried. We buried him.
Go ahead and provide information on that wizard. We told the council about it before, but we can actually kind of go into detail.
Yeah, for
now.
you would actually recognize the writing. It's called Upper Common.
Upper Common. I assume that's one I probably don't know very well.
Not very well, but the fact that she's fluent in it is probably surprising.
I'll have to learn how to do that. I will go ahead and, since in regards to the wizard that's working with Loth and creating abominations, we have a means of tracking them. But we cannot make it known, because the more that is known, the more likely they can slip by. But this is not something we can handle alone. So this is something that needs to be done within the circle of this council.
She nods, and you see there's Sir Mir. He's there, and he's off to the side, and he's talking to a cleric. The cleric comes over and talks to Kippa, and they're talking in a language you guys don't know.
Okay.
And she just kind of nods a bit, and then eventually the advisor comes back, and Kippa goes off to a private room with the advisor, with nobody present. And some time goes by, and Sir Mir's like, he looks at the table. Was she armed?
She does have the weapon I gave her a while ago.
Aloof was like, no, we make sure she's not. And eventually the advisor leaves, and they're pale. And they walk out of the room, and the document they had is torn in two. And Kippa comes back in and sits back down at the table.
Is everything okay?
Kippa's like, everything's fine. We can stay.
Are you okay?
Why are you asking, Nikolai?
'Cause that looked pretty hairy.
For them, yes. For me, no.
Oh, okay. She's like, you picked a good one. She's the brains, and if you weren't just 2 feet tall, I would call you the brawn, but...
If you want, you can roll a nature.
That was good.
Damn!
You know,
Nature's a 17.
I'd be upset.
There might be something up with Kippa based off the recent things you've seen.
I might be upset. But you were not wrong. She's highly tough. And I am not.
Kip was like, "You're good at taking a hit. A few."
Yeah.
I think you're only slightly better at taking hit than Ace is.
Ace he looks over.
Now you're pushing it, brother.
Ace has like basically almost like noodle arms. So at this moment, the table goes off in their different directions to handle things, and
Still want to talk to Wraith and Prairie.
yeah, you're able to do that.
Definitely want to speak with Kippa.
Okay.
And Coin.
Yep.
It's Kippa and Stormir, actually.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be with Osling because I'm pretty sure she's still not happy with the earlier meeting.
No, she's not.
So, be with her and Alutha.
Yeah. You gonna talk to Kippa at all?
Well, since Scav and Surmir, we're gonna go talk to Kippa. I was gonna wait to talk to Kippa.
Okay. You can let her know you want to talk to her. And, yeah. So, you get to talk to Wraith and Prairie in a room privately. And
Okay.
they're
Prairie.
like, and she's like, yes.
Okay.
Nikolai.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
He's gonna get
my
stabbed
friend
again.
here. Your friend, right? I mean, you did stab me. You're still a friend, right?
She's like, if I was going to kill you, I would have stabbed you in your vital organs. If I was really an enemy to you, I would have cut your Achilles heel and watched you crawl across the floor as I stabbed you in the back, or shot arrows into your back.
Okay.
And you see Prairie, she just takes another step away from Wraith. Like,
Prairie. I reached out to Wraith as an opportunity to help her, achieve status and wealth and, better her life. Not that I'm saying that you had a bad life, just saying, it's an opportunity to make things better for you. You get more contacts, make more money. That wasn't me replacing you. I am hoping that you would be able to teach her in the things that you know that I would need her to do and be able to do.
Wraith is like, oh, I get it, I get it, I totally get it. So, I'll be the information network. She can be whatever regent she's supposed to be. And I'll report to her.
Okay,
I've always wanted my own spy network.
that works. I wasn't, from what Wraith told me, like, apparently she threatened you. Looking at her, giving her a sideways, giving Wraith a sideways glance.
That's how you get things done, Nikolai. You make promises or you threaten someone. I told you I was going to stab you. I kept my word.
Which is
That she did.
good.
Prairie looks over. You can't stab our king.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore.
Not till the honeymoon.
Oh. And who was on top?
Wow. Just had to go there, huh?
Oh. Why is Nikolai walking funny?
Wraith, since you're good at making promises, will you promise not to stab me, maim me, or kill me?
I promise I won't do such things. She promised. And a defeated Nikolai.
Blah, blah, blah.
Wah, wah.
Does that include not have it done to me?
Prairie's like, per normal decrees, you simply stated her individually, not others. Therefore, she has kept her promise and will keep her promise.
Don't stab me again.
She just gives you this very cheesy grin.
Okay, so Prairie,
Mouse giving
can you
you
give me a
the
better
answer.
definition as to what your working relationship with the two of you are going to be and how things are going to work?
I'm your regent. I handle everything. She will handle the spy network stuff.
Okay.
Anything that requires spy network or assassinations or other things, she will handle. If I need an issue that's needs to be resolved in the shadows, Red's like, oh, I'll handle it. Or I'll find someone to handle it.
How the fuck did Nikolai wind up with a fucking wet works team? Of anybody with a fucking group of assassins, you're the
crazy.
last one I would have fucking expected.
Hey,
Red's like,
I got someone who can raise bodies and force them to bury themselves.
That's cleanup.
Red's
You're
like,
wrong.
Wraith is the wet works performer, and Osling is the cleaner.
oh my god.
Yikes!
Osling is the Undertaker you don't want to piss off.
And Wraith looks over. She's like, yeah, I remember this one time. We might have had to go down to the docks with like a certain someone, and we put him in a barrel and filled it full of snakes and just rolled the barrel down a hill. It was kind of great.
Wow.
Not saying that actually happened or not, but who knows?
So Wraith, the big ball in the city, in the
The meatball.
yeah, he gave me the notion that I can trust you. What is your relationship with him?
I worked for him.
Oh, okay. Is it a good working relationship?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Good.
Look, I'm not hooking you up with the meatball. He's very particular about liking druids.
Don't want to. Yeah, that was weird.
Oh no! Diane EXE has stopped.
Please do not tell me that orchid was an offering as something other than, oh, this is your favorite flower.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, I guess if I would want any race to like Cayenne, it would be a beholder. Be on my good side, please. I don't care that
So,
you are very
moving on.
Yeah.
You continue to talk to him for
Yeah.
a little while.
Okay. Can talk to anything I need in particular, I can just tell you.
People. I'm just wondering. if
So
he's
you're
gonna try to
in
s-
private with Surmir, Kippa.
Go ahead and... What, well, first of all, how are you doing?
She seems to be fine.
Why is everybody asking me? Okay.
I keep hearing that you're having, like, sicknesses and things, and it's leaving me worried about you.
I'm under the watch of clerics and paladins.
And how are you doing, Surmir?
Surmir's like, murder is, but that's usually normal. Angry? That's also relatively poor course.
This player can't relate.
Make no doubt we will make sure they pay for what they did to Crier Bell and to the others. They will pay.
My only job here, sir, is to watch after Lady Kippa.
And I greatly appreciate every last moment that you do.
Kippa's like, do you know what it's like to go to bed and then wake up in the middle of the night and there's him sitting there looking very angrily at the door?
Okay, that is understandable.
Sir Mir's like, I'm the royal bodyguard.
True. True. What do you think we should do, Kippa, in regards to this fucked up situation?
Say, I hate to be the one to say it, but go adventure. As much as I would like you to stay at home, you need to go adventure. Get better at killing things.
As much as I would love to stay as well.
And Sir Mir walks
you're
up and
right.
just smacks you across the back. He's like, follow in your father's footsteps.
Speaking of which.
Almost knocks the air out of you.
Speaking of which.
Puts your shoulder out of place.
I'm attempting to recover mother's and father's swords. Sir Mir, I would actually appreciate if you could actually.
He said, I ain't touching that sword.
No, not. I would appreciate it if you could actually help train me a bit.
He's like, alright. But I ain't touching that sword.
Any particular reason to why?
Yeah, your mother said she would kill me if I did, even if she was already dead.
Understandable.
He wanted that sword so bad at one point, probably.
Either that or you just wanted to kill something.
I plan on driving Mother's blade into whoever's the main cause of this. And to use Father's sword to do what I can to help people and to help Essenpress.
He reaches down and he grabs you by the front of your armor and pulls you close. And you're like nose to nose with him at this point. He's like, don't you fucking dare give anything to Tiamat, or I will find you and I will skin you scale by scale. For your father's sake.
I have no intention of giving anything to that one.
It's like, at this point, you're probably shitting bricks.
Could you kindly put me down, please?
And he puts you down. You realize you were just dangling there in the air.
Just
Little cobalt feet.
There is a sparring area at the house that we could use.
He's like, I'm aware.
And, yeah. As for you, Kippa, please do take care of yourself.
Feisty's just curled up right around Kippa. Just,
I am a little bit worried that the clerics keep on saying that you're sick. Or having sicknesses.
I'm fine.
I'll see what I can do to help the city a bit. The family and I have a lot of work to do. Much of it we can't even discuss, though. You may receive a couple of letters in travels under the moniker of Ansel Toper.
He looks very confused, and Kippa's like, who the hell's...
It is an anagram. It's an anagram of Pearlstone.
Okay. She makes a note of this.
Fucking drink it again, hasn't
he isn't drunk again.
He needs a new title. Emperor's not big enough for him.
It's, it was a suggestion brought up a while back that we go by alternative names so that individuals don't know who we are exactly.
Kippa's like, yeah, in the Feywild you never give your name because that gives them absolute power over you.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. That'll be a alternative title for now.
Sir Mir just kind of chuckles a little bit, and he sits down at the table and he just laughs a bit.
What got you so happy?
Sir Mir's like, I remember Mungo's father in the Feywild when we traveled through there.
Oh, I'm gonna sit down for this, huh?
A Sphinx tried to pull the name from him. And he's told the Sphinx, I'll give you my name if you can solve a riddle. All the way to his deathbed, that Sphinx has not solved that riddle.
Well then,
I gotta know
What was the riddle?
He's like, I don't remember. I just remember that he said a riddle, and that Sphinx would visit every holiday to try to find out if he had the right answer. Never did.
That is impressive.
Why do I have a feeling Dad fucking lied?
Out charisma to Sphinx.
He's an illusionist wizard, so it's just like he'd probably come up with something. It's like it's not really what it looks like.
So you're able to have small talk and eventually depart. Before you join Osling and Olufa, you see him depart and eventually meet up with Nikolai. So you're able to slip in the room and talk to Kippa before she has to deal with stuff.
Are we all going to the vault together?
Just gonna say
We definitely need
quick
to go.
hellos and ask how she's doing.
And Kippa's like, I'm she's like, I'm okay.
Mungo, are you coming to the vault with us?
Are you?
Might as well after I talk to
Is there anything that you need?
She just motions at the door that's open behind you, and she's like, Mir, outside the door. And Sir Mir just gets up. Sir Mir gets up and walks outside the door and closes it. Hear it close behind you, almost like right onto the fluff of your tail.
Wouldn't have even minded. I wouldn't have felt it.
Yeah.
Unless I pulled.
Slam your tail in the door. Kippa's like, yes, the current thing is fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
But clerics are a little concerned that my current state of affairs are putting stress on me and that I should be taking it more easy as well. Certain activities with a certain kobold might be doing certain things. Don't you breathe a word to him about that.
I won't. I want to tan his hide, though.
So,
And wear it.
so clerics are watching me very, very closely, and I don't get a moment of rest from them.
Well, if you want some peace and quiet, I will walk with you. We can go to the Druid Circle. You can have an entourage with you as you need, if your schedule permits it. If you want to be away from the mumbo jumbo of the clerics that are here, no offense to them. If any of them have some kind of supersonic hearing, you can hear me speaking. Doubt it, but you know, if you just need a breather, I would like you to meet the Archdruidess in the middle Druid Circle.
Is she nice?
She's very nice. She's a dwarf, not a dwarf like dwarven, not like Dwarven Empire. She's a free dwarf, spelled D-O-R-F, is what she told me.
A dwarf.
Yeah.
Yes. They're
She's,
free of the Empire and believe in a better way of life as to not being opposed to digging rocks for your entire life or serving some other trivial job too.
She, you would really like her. She's super soft-spoken and nice. Although she's been one of the very few people to ever be able to scare me more than once in one interaction. She snuck up on me.
Kippa gets up and she walks over to you because she's been sitting this entire time. Oh my god, I can't believe I rolled that. If you want, do an insight for me.
That's a 14.
Okay. Not quite, but she walks over to you and she stumbles, almost like falls, and watches you just instantly probably panic.
Yup.
And she's like, got you. I'm okay. She's like, I wanted to see if I can actually just pull it off.
Please don't do that again, though. I know you're good, but please don't do that again, though.
There you go.
And don't worry, not a word will be said to anyone outside this room. You can disclose this news with whoever you wish. I'm ecstatic for you.
And
Although I know it sucks right now.
until things are fully confirmed, and the fact that we have wolves at the door, I'd rather keep things quiet.
Easily done.
And hearing from the Grey Cloaks that Scabbard can't keep his mouth shut about who he is.
There is truth in that. Now, I'll let you know, Queen Kippa. There's some fucking truth in that. Sometimes he needs a broken jaw. That can just be wired shut so he can't speak for a while. You don't need any restoration or healing on that. Just to teach a lesson. Just to teach a lesson.
I'd rather forego the gory details because I do not want you to wear my lunch.
Understandable. I mean, I don't exactly know what my paint's made out of, but we'll figure that out.
And she just goes, oh, you are covered in paint. I thought that was just, oh. She walks around you. Oh, there's a lot of it.
A lot of goblin hands.
So,
Apparently the good deed that I did for the Goblin Row, for some reason, they think I'm a god.
goblins, most of them are simple folk, and with what you did, you have probably cemented yourself, at least with that group of goblins.
Yes.
Just a forewarning, your deeds might spread as they travel to other goblin tribes.
Thank
Nice
you.
to know. Nice to know. I didn't think that just making sure that they were fed after seeing Bobbins wanting to catch Nikolai in a cage and feed them to themselves and their 4 kids, didn't know that that would cause such a big rift.
There are some nobles in the court that I have looked down upon that will simply go down to the goblin court with the mini guards and escorts that they have and simply look at them like they're a creature within containment.
I kind of want to watch this person from a distance and make sure that they never do it again. Not by hurting them, by any means at all. I want to make sure that they know that there will be someone that is watching them. And will know what they're doing.
She walks over
And
and
will
she,
remember that face.
and she just walks past you and she pats you on the leg. She's like, "You're gonna make a good queen." You and your sister.
I'll do my best.
The Goblin Queen of giving and taking away?
So you're able to talk with Kip a little bit more and eventually head back to your sister in Alufa.
I would have at least gotten like a private list of things she would like to get for herself and see if I'd be able to do that as kind of a private like shopping list if there's like any snacks or stuff.
There's like snacks that she misses, like from being common, that they won't let her have or hard to get a hold of. The only way that she's been getting those snacks is from her parents as gift packages.
She's like a prisoner.
They're watching her like a hawk.
Smuggling in treats that she likes.
I'm like legit gonna just work on that as kind of like a little errand thing.
Yeah, it's like if you know anything about the situation, you understand why they're watching her like a hawk. So, what are you doing, Mongo?
Waiting to talk to Colin.
Coin's there. She's with Sunny.
Nikolai and Scav are just waiting for the others to come
Quietly
back.
waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell does our country do?
She's like, oh, the what? What?
Well, I mean, you two are supposed to be running it, and apparently I'm got something to do with it, but what the fuck does it do?
Ours. Like,
Uh-huh.
home.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I heard something about, apparently it's the source of information for the fucking continent, but what else? Does it, what's like its imports and exports, shit like that?
The freedom of magic.
Oh, I like that.
Your father was in the process of building a mage school that would open any walk of life and prove that anyone could actually obtain a wizardhood without any restrictions. Unfortunately, per the circumstances, he never got to finish that.
We will. Did he have somebody in mind to run the thing?
No, he never got that far. The school was still being built, from what I understand, in the paperwork.
No. Once everything gets settled, it'd be nice if we could pick that up.
Would be good. It would be another mage school. And Sunny's just sitting there, like, trying to just be non-existent in a room filled with two very important people.
So Coin's there, who else?
It's Coin, Sunny, and you in a private room.
I don't get it. So I figure at some point in time, we're gonna need somebody to run the fucking thing.
Yeah? Yeah.
Well, I mean, it'd be nice to ask Plumetree, but God only knows when the fuck he'll be around. Which, I need to talk to him again.
He was around earlier. He popped in and popped out.
Yeah,
Like literally, he was there, not there, there, and now not there.
yeah. If you see him, let him know. I was thinking Alufa would probably make him pretty good.
Shit. Ooh. Oh. Coin actually sits down. Lady Alufa as the headmaster. Oh, okay.
Unless that's a problem with some uncouth.
No, that's just a lot to process. I'm this tall, I process this much. That's been outside of my height limit of processing at the moment. And she takes out a scroll and she writes this down.
No need to mention it to her just yet, until actually to that part. I know we're a few steps away, but
I'm sure she would be honored to take up that mantle.
if she wants to, it's her choice. If not, we'll figure something else out. If that's okay with you, Sonny.
Sonny's like, okay. Sonny's just being part of the scenery, like. So, Mongo, melting. Do you just collect damaged siblings as you go along?
I didn't think so.
Sunny's just sitting there and she's like, am I still getting tested today? And Coin's like, yep. She's like, oh, okay.
Tested.
Okay.
That's today.
Coin's like, as far as it's scheduled, yes.
Oh, can I be there for that?
Yeah. So, yeah, you get that information, and what is going on there?
Yeah. Since, kind of the whole magic thing is abundant in the home country, whatever the fuck we call it. A lot's happened in the last little bit, so words are difficult. I don't suppose either of my parents had an extra spell book lying around with a few more spells in it.
Coin walks up to you and she puts a hand on your shoulder and she's like, you need some spells that are currently at your grade there?
I'm fixing to take down whatever the fucking group that is that caused the disturbance earlier.
Like,
Along
I
with a
can't
few
get my
others.
hands on a spell that's going to raise your wand because you don't have one.
Yeah, I thought it was just cold in here.
She's like, Mongo, I can get my hands on some spells to help you out. I'll see what I can do. It shouldn't be too hard. You need to be at least somewhat equipped. But you're going to have to train your magical abilities and eventually get a wand. And this isn't just go and buy a wand. Do you know how a wizard's wand works? Because I sure as fuck don't.
I've heard a few things, but I'm not exactly sure on the methodology there.
You should learn.
But also, apparently, relations between us and the current city that we're in are a little strained. Any advice on how to unstrain that?
We'll see how
Things to avoid?
Kippa sorts it out. She's quite vicious in the courts.
You know, the more I learn about Kippa, the more I think she married Undo.
She married down.
Do you know how many books that kobold reads?
It's got to be more than the other kobold that I know.
She goes down to the library every few days and usually has a servant with her that's carrying 4 or 5 books.
That is damn impressive.
She is a sponge for these things. She knows 6 languages fluently.
Damn.
She knows how to read the terms and service between a kitsune and a tiefling. Fluently.
Wait, that's a thing somebody can do?
She's well versed. She knows the cultural greetings for both kinds of dwarfs.
Jesus.
Dark elves, high elves, tieflings.
She went from shopkeeper to empress of the lands.
All because of one drunk motherfucker.
And not a single bit of regret.
She is smart.
Oh yeah.
Very, very wise. Coin's like, she knows more languages than me.
Damn. Speaking of you, do you
And
still...
were you firing me?
What? Fuck no. What?
Okay.
Think I'm as cold-hearted as Nikolai?
And your sister speaks up like, good, I don't want the job. It's too much drinking. Coin's like, yeah, your money's going to good cause.
She takes a drink of a very ornate looking bottle.
Oh no, I'm sure she's got the fanciest drinking mug.
It'd be funny if it's just like a simple drinking horn. But it's her favorite one.
It's like a wooden mug that's just got all these chips and cracks in it.
But it's her very first one.
That she probably won or stole off of someone.
One she fed
So
to
we're
Ace.
going to ask her.
Yeah. The group that you were traveling with at the other city, you still talk to them, yeah?
Of course.
Okay, good. Because I need some information.
Okay. She pulls out a scroll.
Anything and everything to do with those fuckers who hurt. Correct, yes.
We're already putting things to work to figure that out.
Preferably quietly.
Okay. I will...
I'd rather them not know we're coming until I'm ready for that.
Yeah, based off of what they just did to the city, I don't know how likely that's going to be. I will try my best, sir.
The scheme may take care of that problem for us.
I don't like that part.
What part?
Don't sue me. This is weird.
She just looks at you and she just kind of tilts her head. She's like, very well, your majesty, melting on the moon's gentle oasis. I will do thy bidding.
I was gonna say, she could probably come up with all kinds of proper words. My liege, your highness.
Now you're just trying to make it weird, Queenie.
She's like, only second best to Emperor Scav.
Who thinks everybody's
Careless
best?
Whiskers.
I had a feeling that was you who came up with that name.
No, it was you, actually. You were on stage.
Oh, I've got to stop
Doing
drinking.
the lolcat rendition of the song, except it's just meowing and yowling.
It's like someone stepped on his tail.
Unless you speak Munchkin's backseat, then you could understand the words. It was still probably not in tune.
So you're able to carry on talking to her. You're going to be present later for the testing. You're able to get back over with Osling and Alufa. You head in, and Alufa's like, you need to calm down. She's like, no, I'm not going to calm down. I saw what happened in that room, and there were deals made. And Alufa's like, you better not say anything about it. She's like, oh, I'm not saying anything about it, but I will protest.
Why are we protesting?
You talk to...
Yeah.
And we're friendly to it. Those...
We could speak in another language.
Alufa's like, do you want me to wait outside?
I think of all of the people here in this council, the only people that I would personally feel trusted enough to let, know, at least we spoke to someone we knew from our past, from our childhood, would be Alufa or Kippa.
Alufa is trustworthy.
Maybe Sir Mir too.
Like,
But-
you'll remember.
But everyone else in this council room, nah.
Yeah.
Unless you were there, nah. You're not important enough. Get fuck. Go elsewhere. No, bye.
Osling's like, And Alufa's like, okay.
Essentially, we spoke to a childhood person.
Okay.
They were there for our safety, and we were told some pretty grave things that were comforting at the same time.
And Lufa is like, oh, okay. And she's instantly interrupted by Osling. Osling's like, she killed someone more important. Lufa's just like, what?
This is not the best place to speak about this. It can be written or it can be spoken in private.
You know, Lufa's like, okay. Well, and Osling's like, that makes them untrustworthy. That they did that.
Is it really any different than how some of our kind do? Or tieflings? No disrespect to any that might or might not be in this room, because I don't know if there are.
You're in a
any
private
tieflings.
room.
Okay.
You went off to one of the side rooms.
Yeah, I would have said tieflings being another example. There's bad examples in all races.
Most of that group are bad examples. Osling's like, okay. Obviously, there's a lot I'm missing here, and I'm never going to fill out. So I'll just nod and go, okay.
Nod and go, okay.
So, is there anything else you wanted to share with the two in private? Or just try to calm down Osling?
Basically, more so working on calming down Osling, because I don't want to speak a word about what actually was said in the room until everyone has come on the conclusion that we have a list of people we would actually share that information with. I'd be trying to nail into Osling's head that we literally cannot speak about what happened in there.
She finally understands, and she's like, okay. She's like,
I'd be like extremely grim with the examples too. It's like, the same group that caused this can cause that for us.
so you each finish up your private councils, head back into the main room with the rest of the council at the large table. Basically, this is a private wing for you guys within the place. And, I'm moving dice out of the way, because I need to roll something. As a group, high or low?
I always vote high because you roll high all the time.
I
Not
go
always.
Most of the time.
I go high because typically the rolls are high.
Hi.
I said, hi.
Might as well get a high.
That's a 1.
Whoa!
That's
The one time.
as low as it can get.
Jeez.
You think you're me? Stop rolling like
We're
that.
going to be marched out now?
We're getting tarred and feathered.
Oh.
No, you're just getting, like, box office canceled.
Oh.
Damn.
You're getting canceled like a show on Netflix.
Ow.
One season, you're done. Another person comes in. And it's another member, like the Royal Council. Messenger, you're familiar with them at this point and how they're dressed. And they're one of the Foxkin race. And they come over and they hand Kippa a scroll and they just nod and head out. And Kippa opens up the scroll to read it. And you just see this look of dread on her face. And that's where we're going to go to break. We're going to go ahead and take our 30-minute break. We'll be back after we get some food in us and pick this back up. Hope to see you there.
Oh, boy.
Welcome back to the Brawling Dragon Tavern as we hop into the second half of this shenanigans. So, we're going to go ahead and pick up as I don't know what music I want here. I don't know. Press a button, hope for the best. I don't see a song choice of depression.
Scav's theme song?
No, Scav's theme song's more like the Quirky playlist.
How do you brew the
That's on
Corky?
Damon Wayans? I don't know. Joker? So, jumping back into things. You see this messenger leave, and they pass another messenger that's coming in. And this messenger is a very well-dressed foxkin. They're absolutely stunning. She walks over and she looks at Kippa, and she motions for Kippa to a side room. And Kippa takes the scroll she has and she tucks it away in her robe so you can't read it without her. She goes to the side room and speaks with this foxkin in private. Nobody's in that room, it's just her and that poor unfortunate person on the receiving end. And Kippa comes back out after, and they head out, and she comes and sits back down, and she's like, "Can I have one drink? Just one drink." And you hear a cleric from the side room, "No, ma'am." She's like, "Fuck. Okay. Well, good news is, I pulled a very large card. We are permitted to stay as long as needed. So, that issue is resolved. So, how are you guys doing right now?
Little concerned with the current state of affairs. What the hell just happened?
Very concerned.
What do you mean, what just happened?
Kippa, it is not exactly the face of, someone that's calm.
Look, I shared something with that person. Well, the messenger before that left very terrified. That one was just simply delivering another message to me regarding the result of what I did. Things have been resolved. Things are fine now. We can carry on. This is our base of operations until further notice.
Okay.
Any things that we should avoid? Not do?
Have alternate names. Protect yourselves. Keep an eye out for anything that's odd. I've decided, and the city has decided, the best ways for you guys to travel about the city and not draw any attention is just with no armed guards. Some people see that as a very stupid move, but it is the best move to keep you guys incognito, essentially.
Sometimes the best place to hide is right in front.
What? I can't see you.
Well, I should probably remove this then. Not now, of course. He still has his formal attire on.
Coin walks up behind him and she uses a spell, and all these arrows are pointing at him.
Really now? Why?
Coin's like, "You want to stand out?"
Coin. Now's really not the time. This is sort of a
Respectfully
serious
disagree, brother.
situation.
Coin's like, "Listen here, Emperor too short for most things. A little bit of levity goes a long way in grim situations.
You're right. You're right.
Oh, is
But
that
we
what
still
we should call
also
him for
have
his
to
new
be
name? Too
somewhat
short.
serious with this as well at the same time.
I don't think Lady Kippa can deal with much more serious because that is her day in and day out.
Don't mind him, Coin. He just loves to brood.
Oh, I know a great cliff. It overlooks the city. You would love it.
Is there like a little rain cloud?
You know,
Right there.
unironically, that might actually prove to be useful. Getting a nice good view of the whole city.
I swear to God, if you try to swing from one rooftop to another, I'm...
No.
You
Allow
search
for a good idea of getting a damn good layout of what the city looks like.
Sirmir sets down a map and lays it out.
It works too.
much less dramatic, but should get the information across.
Well, is there any work that we can do that may help things, I guess?
Kippa's like... She just grabs you by your cheeks. She's like, there is nothing you can do for the city. This is all royal affairs.
Is there anything you need us to do then, Kippa?
Go, adventure. Find out who's causing these problems. Get stronger. Weaponize your words, Mungo. Your dad was good at that, from what I understand. Cayenne, be angry. Your dad was good at that.
Alright, Kippa.
I can hold this down with the advisors and the people that have been chosen to do these positions. Ozzy's like, fuck, I volunteered. What's regarded in this scroll, I will talk to you about it later. There are other things to attend to, okay? We'll come back to this. Don't worry about it right now. At the end of the day, we'll all have dinner together, and we'll take care of what's on the scroll. Sound good?
Yeah.
It's been a very long day, and from what I understand, a certain little munchkin tabaxi has to be tested on whether or not they're able to go to wizard school correctly. And speaking of, like, brooding personalities, in the furthest back of this room, behind one of the pillars, you see the little bit of tip of her tail sticking out.
That checks.
And the fact that she's supposed to be taking care of the royal stuff for your guys'
Coin's looking out for her. She'll be fine.
Oy.
It's like she's the acting queen, and this is how she walks. Oh my god. She's just gonna give away things.
They have to find her first.
Right,
So-
Sirmir.
Sirmir looks over. Sir?
I don't know if you do have anything in there, but there are some things that our family left behind in the vault. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those things might belong to you or possibly Cryerbell.
Didn't you find his lucky shield?
It's at the workshop, yes. I think I did.
The one that's all chipped and broken and
Yes.
rough looking? Yes.
It is at the workshop right now inside the room. I have it next to Mother's sword.
That was at Cryerbell's.
That shield was his father's. It was his lucky shield.
I know we were gonna go to the vault later and probably back to the workshop to have things identified.
Yeah.
If he asks nicely.
Of course. It would be highly appreciated. But definitely gonna need help trying to figure out what to do about the giant piece of metal that was left in the wall, because there's no way I can do that by myself.
Find a half dragon to take care of it. So, you guys are able to leave and go your own directions. Do you take anyone with you?
I'll get Osling out and about.
She needs fresh air.
Yes.
Do you take anyone with you?
I'll see if Coin or Sunny wants to go with. I know Sunny's probably got to get ready for her test, so.
Yeah, Coin will go with you. She opens up a flash, offers you a drink. Con check.
Oh.
You take anybody with you?
I'd probably stay with Quinn Feisty for a little bit before meeting up with the rest of the group.
Lucky 13.
Lucky 13. One of your whiskers slightly twisted. Like, oh. Ah. Or a bag of holding to squeeze that sword into. Yeah, Humphrey's been on your head this now, and he's just dead quiet.
Yeah. Now, once we start to head off, I'll probably. Me, Coin, and Humphrey will have a conversation.
Okay. Well, have that conversation there. Humphrey just doesn't really respond too much. He's so wrinkled up, like he was just very not happily taken care of.
He was hat handled.
By a fucking dragon. How you doing?
I've had better days.
I think we all have.
Bird didn't deserve to die that way.
Not at all. But I am going to see what I can do about repaying it. Want to come with?
I will be happy to be of service. And Coin's like, Mongo,
Yes.
you need to get to the point where you can use a wand first to actually create more intimidating spells.
This is true. But I figure I can work my way up. Start with the minions and, climb the ladder. And burn it down.
Mongo, from one revenge specialist to a soon-to-be revenge specialist, do adventuring to work your way up, even though I don't adventure.
So who is it that you took revenge on?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't kiss and tell. Murderous intents. That's Rayeth's point of view.
I don't think she kisses at all. She just kind of stabs, and more stabs.
I've heard stories about her from other bards.
About her stabbing people.
Oh no, about favors that she's called in to people. I believe one term in drinking with her, she referred to the term as a gang of angry orcs hate fucking someone to death.
That sounds terrible.
Well, that sounds rather an unpleasant way to stab someone.
So you're able to walk with Coin a little bit, and you're probably more or less excited to see what Sunny does.
Yeah.
You're with Osling. Where are you headed to?
We're probably going to head out and go to, garden area that's close by, or head
Okay.
toward left since we're at the upper crest.
Yeah, it's easy to head to lefts, and Osling walks quietly next to you, and she's like, I'm sorry for how I'm acting. I don't do well with these situations. I'm used to being out in the middle of the forest alone.
I understand. This was all just kind of
So we can stay
thrust
so
upon us.
how long
The
to be on the-
the lady that you met earlier. We'll do that just for our safety's sake. The lady you met earlier, she. When I was saying if not for her, I wouldn't have met Nikolai, Scab, or Mongo. I wouldn't have met any of them without her. And she did mention that the latter part of what she showed us was part of a deal that was made. She was just fulfilling it. I don't particularly agree with things of that nature, but I also believe that if you make a promise to someone, you should carry it out to the fullest of the letter, regardless of what it is. Whether we agree or not. As I guess, as messed up as that is to say, and as cold as that is to say, that's it. At least how I see it. If it makes sense.
Yep, makes sense. And I'm gonna have to learn to make sense of things that don't make sense because I have to be the acting queen for our parents.
Well, the best part is you get to see home.
Yeah, I don't know when that's going to be.
You get to see home, and at least you know that you're not going to have anyone mess with you here.
She grabs your shoulder and goes, you get to kill people.
Would you like to trade places?
I've dealt with enough of that, I think, for now.
Let's get a drink while we wait to see what the others are doing.
And so you head to Leff, and Leff just brings you guys some sort of drink. He personally brings you a drink, not his wife. Sets him in front of you, and it's just like, huh. He's like, I once met a druid. Oh god, I almost went full sea shanty there. Shit. Oh, fucking Leff's personality.
Hey, Humphrey would like a good sea shanty.
I'm not saying it's sea shanty because I don't know many off the top of my head very well. I had to bring up lyrics.
Memories suddenly flooding of the fucking sea shanty he wanted to sing on an Aboleth. For real, dude? Cannot. Please.
And, eventually, Mongo, you find yourself at the pub with the two siblings and sit down, and Coin sits down, and she's like, so, we go to the pub and wait for all this to blow over.
I checked to see if I got red on me.
Nikolai actually probably does still have red on him.
You look over at Cayenne as you're doing that, and you see all the handprints on her. And she most definitely has red on her in places.
I'm sorry, I just fucking noticed something.
Oh, yeah, paint. The goblins were very nice.
Bit handsy.
Clingy. Apparently,
Oh god, did you adopt a bunch of goblins?
I did not adopt them. They adopted me. Apparently.
How the fuck does that work?
So, I spoke to Alufa, and I spoke to Kippa. Remember the interaction with Bobbins when she was trying to catch Nikolai in a cage to eat him?
So you
Well,
heading out with Nikolai?
I
Okay, where are you guys
decided
heading
that
off
I
to?
wanted to try to at least
Probably
get
to
a
meet
decent
up with
amount
the
of
rest
food
at
for
the
the
pub.
goblins of the
You don't know they're at the
sea
pub.
Oh,
So
okay.
they actually
They never said
had,
where they were going. They
taken
just
care of.
happened to end up there walking.
Well,
Okay.
went to visit
Huh?
their row,
Everyone,
and
you were gonna go to the
I
vault.
was
Where are the others?
bombarded
Mm.
by very generous goblins. I'm a generous god, apparently.
Well, we can probably, since we can't be up here anymore,
sorry.
I guess. We can
One
stop
more
by
time.
the bar
I didn't
on
start
the way out
Mongo.
and see if they're there.
Yeah, yes.
Goblins, for whatever, think
Well, I guess we're going to the pub.
my kind interaction and giving them food makes me a god.
You walk in and you hear "makes me a god" from her.
I'm
What?
sorry, what? Do we notice the paint now that things like cleared?
You see you see her face, and then you see the paint all along her everywhere.
Why do you look like you got vomited on by a flump?
Holy shit!
I've
Oh my
never
gosh.
seen you look so colorful before.
Player to player, for sake of me not choking on actual huge mango piece, please preface a joke. Because I almost inhaled that entire piece just then.
Sorry.
Fuck!
That would have been very bad.
I know the Heimlich maneuver. Yes, can
I do too. This table is bad for self.
Sorry.
Okay.
And Mongo, since you're right there, do a perception for me.
18.
18. You're looking at Cayenne. In her tail, you see like half-eaten flowers, some like dried flowers, a weed. You know, like part of a rose and other things that they happen to decorate her tail too without her noticing.
Oh, I'm not fucking telling her.
I'm not gonna tell her.
So, what's this about becoming a god or
What?
goddess or
Oh
something?
my god, do not tell Scav he will do the exact same thing to try to reach godhood himself.
All I did was feed goblins. That's all I
Scav
did.
the Emperor, Cayenne the Goddess, Nikolai the Destroyer, and Mongo the Adorable?
Or
Quick,
would
distract
would it
them.
be Nikolai
God
the
of cuting his
Demolitionist?
way out of problems?
Oh my god, I just see you just do the Puss in Boots eyes to distract while everybody else formulates an actual plan of destruction.
All I did was feed the goblins of the city.
Oh, you were at the Goblin Ward too?
Yes, I was done.
I didn't
probably,
go in
like,
there. It looked a little bit dangerous. Knowing me, I probably would have bumped into something.
After the,
Why'd you go
the
there?
incident with Bobbins trying to, capture Nikolai to cook him and eat him, I
It's a little bit of
decide
a grimace on his face.
I decided to speak to Alufa
No,
and
hiccups,
Kippa
Nothing to drink.
to get decent food sent to them so they would have something to eat. Well, they in return are very, very thankful for that and have self-proclaimed me.
Oh, so they see you as a deity. That's impressive. And terrifying.
I didn't want this to happen, but I feel good for doing a good deed, but it's weird hearing that word come out of those very oddly shaped mouths.
Which one? I back away slowly.
If fate works in mysterious ways, maybe it's for the best.
It is odd, though, that I have not had a single bad interaction with any goblin I've ever met.
I don't think I have either.
When
I was there,
by
I
one.
saw how bad it looked. I
Yeah.
actually asked Alufa if there was a way we can repair the quarter and possibly even provide
Coin-
education.
Coin is sitting there quietly, and she just takes a sip of her drink, like slurping. And she's like, "Oh, when I report back, I'm totally having it go through you, and you're going to be revered by goblins. I want this to go all the way."
I have no
Alufa-
objections to this.
Not,
Oh, you
Chippa
have fun
did-
with that.
oh.
The pub is rather full, and she stands up on the table, her little short stature, and she's like, "Attention!" She's hits the table. "My friend here has been deemed a goddess. Please raise a glass to her." And lots of
Definitely
people
raise
raise
a glass.
glasses to you.
Well, Can't beat him.
Oh, what are you jealous that she got to godhood before you did?
And Coin is just sitting there and
I ain't
smiles.
jealous. I'm impressed.
And your sister is even raising a cup.
We have.
And,
What about
Coin's
the
like,
other two sisters? Where
may
they were-
goblins revere you far and wide. But do a actually you don't have to roll it. Osline is your sister, and you realize that if she goes to the goblins, they're probably not going to be smart enough to know the difference.
With that thought, Kyan's just gonna grin the biggest. And just look at
she
Osling.
joined in the cup raising, huh? You're gonna get your fucking coming, sister.
What do you think is hidden in the vault still?
Lots of stuff. We need to get that shit identified somehow.
Yeah. Where's your centaur friend, Kyan? I forget his name, the large fellow.
That doesn't
The
narrow it
captain
down.
of the guard, Troyus.
Troyus, right.
He's busy working. You have to summon him.
What?
Don't know. Are we still able to do that, Coin?
Coin's like, you should have all of your usual privileges, but I wouldn't go summoning the captain of the guard.
Yeah.
Another man's
I could
kingdom?
probably
Why-
get
what-
away with it.
We might need his strength to retrieve Mother's sword.
Why don't you put on your big boy pants and step up to the plate, little man?
Coin, this thing is like 5 times your size.
I wouldn't be able to pull it out of the wall.
I don't even think all of us combined would be able to do it. We would need a little bit more help.
You do realize that I can identify it even though it's stuck in the fucking wall.
I
Yeah.
know you can do that, but
And brother,
Which means if it's magical, it'll
go
resize.
back. Remember, I did that to you. That sword that dwarf made for you.
Oh
Or
my
gave
God,
you?
Zerokane is giving the biggest
Like,
smile
seriously?
too about Oddsling.
I know that.
Do we need to pad your helmet now?
Nikolai, I reach over and I flick him on the ear.
Coin looks over at you.
I was like,
It's something for you to probably figure out by your parents leaving it. For you know, it's probably a joke by your mother.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, worst case scenario, we could probably just dig it out of the wall.
Is that a smart idea to do with like the workshop there? Well, actually, it fixes itself, doesn't it?
Oddsling's
I
like,
guess
what if
that
we work
makes sense.
together on pulling it out?
We could try, but I
Let's get it identified first.
Well, let's deal with the vault first and take what we need back there so we could do it all
There's
at once.
so much stuff. in
Bongo,
there.
you
There's
know
no
if
way
you
we're
guys
gonna
go
be
to
able
the vault,
identify
you're
all
gonna
that.
probably miss Sonny's testing.
I'm not missing Sunny's testing.
Oh, she's testing.
Yes,
Oh,
very soon.
oh.
Well, in that case, I guess identification can wait. Go
I
collect.
know how to do it. Unless we can't go. Can we go?
If you go, you go.
But are we allowed to go? Would it be bad for her or rude or?
If she's my sister, I'm fucking going.
Oh yeah, I understand that. And you're my brother, and you gave me shit about going with you.
That's what I think he's trying to ask. If it's okay if we come along with?
Osling's like, what are we talking about?
Oh, right.
Sunny's being
Oh.
tested for her magic abilities.
If she passes, well,
When?
Yeah.
win. Yeah, win.
Positive thinking, man. We got enough negative shit going on.
I'm sorry. There's a lot on my mind. I literally just saw my other head get
as
ripped
well as
off.
you wanted to on your first one. How you did was awesome.
It was.
Mm.
It's awesome, dude.
For literally your first test, that was really good. I love the golem that you came up with. It was adorable.
It's adorable.
Adorable.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of looking for an excuse to use that again.
You should! Imagine if you could make the arm move like really fast and it just basically shreds through everything.
Do you think
Aggressively
if you did that,
punches.
it can turn into a drill and carve into ground?
That would be pretty cool.
Oh my god, we invented strip mining.
Big oof, go! So you guys spend time at the pub, having liveries and spending time with Coin and Osling.
The other two sisters aren't there right now. Well, Sunny's like preparing, right? Or Milam.
She's taking care of some royal stuff,
Oh, okay.
and she has other business to take care of because her homeland is wondering where the fuck she
I
went.
can imagine so. Yeah.
Your demolitionist expert just disappeared into thin air. There's going to be questions.
Did she, they assume that she just blew herself up?
There's no craters.
Was it such an explosion that she just atomized?
And eventually you head to where you're supposed to go. And it's a private court in the upper crust. And you see Alufa's there, and she's speaking with someone, and it's kind of really intimidating to see them speaking to this very beautifully dressed, like, wizard. They look more like an actual royal than an actual wizard.
Oh, fuck.
No hat, nothing. Very high collar. Beautiful robes that are made out of almost like a flowing goldish and silver color with various gems hanging from bracelets around their wrists and things like that. And they're a high elf, and you see jewelry hanging from their ears. And since they're so well dressed, you can't tell if it's male or female. It's simply a they.
Bet you every damn thing fucking does something different.
And the elf walks over to Sunny, and Sunny takes a few steps back, like, and the elf's like, "Come here." And Sunny's like, "You just hear her scream out, 'You're not gonna take my organs, are you?'" And the elf is like, "No, no, I'm here to test you." And it's very different than the test you took. You see him laying out materials and seeing what Sunny does with the materials, how she approaches them. And they're coaching her, and they're speaking in arcane, the arcane language itself. And she walks up and she looks at the wizard, and she goes over and puts her hands on top of water, barely touching it with her paws. And you see, like, almost like arcane energy just ripple through it and just becomes solid bronze. And she just sits down and clearly exhausted from that.
You just transmuted a whole big ass thing of water into metal. Yeah!
Impressive.
And the wizard goes over and puts their hand on Sunny, and Sunny stands back up and she puts her hands back on it, and she transmutes it again, and the wizard immediately casts a spell and just disintegrates it because it started becoming alive like a gelatinous cube. And Sunny's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry."
Create living things. Wow.
That is terrifying. I'm glad she's on our side.
And the wizard proceeds with Sunny with various things, and every once in a while when Sunny's tired, just touches her,
Restoration.
and this goes on for like 3 hours of just testing. And then the wizard goes and speaks to Alufa, and Sunny's just laying on her back, on like, "Am I done?" And you see Alufa actually look stern for once talking to this wizard. And at one point, the wizard says something. Alufa actually puts her finger on his chest, and she's saying something to the fucking wizard.
Oh.
And the wizard's like, "Okay." And the wizard walks over and helps Sunny back up very, very gently. And the wizard just walks past you, and it's just like you get the smell of lavender and other flowers from this wizard. And as they head for the door, they open the door, and you see this beautiful, like, magical city. And they close the door behind them, and you just hear all these, like, chimes and things, and it's just sounds like this very beautiful marketplace as they close the door, and it just... Oh, and, Millen goes over, and she opens the door, and she's like, the fuck? Just a fucking... where... And,
You can't just walk up to the door. You gotta do 57 fucking checks on that thing.
They just open into a broom closet.
and Sunny walks back over, and she's like...
Open up a door and just go anywhere you've been.
And, Alufa comes back over, and is like, huh. Well, that's a lot of news.
Did she miss?
Of course you fucking did.
She needs special schooling. It's outside of a lot of people's normal scope of dealing with her. And Sunny's like, oh, see? I'm not smart. And Alufa's like, hush.
You did fucking great.
She's much like... like your mother, she's a creationist wizard.
No shit.
She needs special school to hone her abilities, as she doesn't follow the normal status quo. So, they will be sending special tutors to teach her, essentially, from the Mage City.
The Willowfell?
No, the Mage City.
What is that?
We haven't been there, brother.
The Mage City only permits those of arcane nature, mostly wizards, and wizards are only permitted to go in. Anyone else that does arcane has to have written permission to.
Plenty of water right there.
Interesting.
Yeah, you guys didn't like when the houses got up and walked away. You probably wouldn't like what's going on there.
It's not didn't like it. It was just bizarre.
It was very bizarre.
Bizarre.
It was remarkable, though.
The one glimpse you get into that place, it's just like fucking absurdity. Like, oh my god, that place is gorgeous. And Sunny's like, and she just walks out of the room. There's like no emotion of like excitement or anything from her. And Aloof was like, wanna go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give her my congratulations.
She made the most powerful thing.
She's
on
not a
this-
thing, jackass.
Do that all the time.
I don't look. I don't understand exactly how to say it, but that is.
Person?
No, calling somebody a fucking thing is a good place to start.
You can try person in the very least.
Look, she's the most powerful being probably on,
Being
on
works
this island. If that's the case, because your mother
And
is
could you
terrified.
punch him for me? I'm going after Sonny.
And as you go through the door,
I
you
whispered Ace, stand behind Scaff.
As you go through the door, you bump into Sunny, and she kind of gets up and starts walking away, and she's like, right, some of your family members consider me a thing. So,
He's a fucking idiot.
so
He has to have a special helmet to make sure he doesn't get too concussed.
doesn't mean he's wrong.
Yes, it does.
Because a powerful one, person, being,
There's so many other words to use other than
magic
thing.
user.
Or do you
monkey
just
capacity.
consider everybody else just a thing Scav can use?
Look, Scav
Fucking
literally just
wanker.
witnessed his mother's death. Okay, his head's not in the right place.
What's
You
the
didn't
excuse for
witness.
the previous times?
Good fucking god. I gotta get that marshmallow shooter, for fuck's sake.
And Sunny looks at you, she's like, do you want me to do the school stuff?
I want you to do what you want, whatever will make you happy.
She's like,
If you want to go, if you want to get the tutors, we will.
I don't know what that means. I have to run the kingdom, and I have to learn to do that, and I'll have to do this.
What is it that you want to do?
Do a perception for me. 15. You're looking at this, and she's almost giving you like the most sad cat look ever. But you look her over, and the robes that she was presented with to wear by Alufa, there are a lot of white, and you see a lot of blood along the actual robe from where she was constantly rubbing her face during that entire thing. Like doing, it's obvious that doing magic that powerful was actually hurting her.
Perhaps learning at least a little bit just to help, like, control. That way it doesn't just go off randomly. Isn't such a bad idea.
Yeah.
That way, or when you do go to do something, you don't have to put all of the energy into it. You can just do a little bit.
Having an actual Midas touch is not a good thing.
Talking reaches for a scroll from someone, and next thing you know, they're
Just a golden statue.
or a pile of leaves or something.
Or they're just a poof of
You know, they turn into confetti.
or that too.
She just points at somebody. Confetti gun.
You are now water.
Deal with it. Well, since I'm water, I guess I just dealt with it. Nothing to do about it.
So,
You do just wave at them.
Manga, you're able to spend some time with her and calm her back down, and you're realizing that the rest of the council is going to probably have to be there to reel her back in. And you're probably realizing how much damage was actually done to her by the people that had her, of how much they probably abused this ability of hers. Whether she succeeded or failed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Bet a lot of it was make a pile of gold.
make us rich. It'll help pay off your debt. What debt is that? The non-existent one. So, dinner comes pretty quickly because of the afternoon festivities of watching Sunny do this, and everybody at the council is there at this massive table that's been set by food and everything like that. And you guys are with the council to have dinner.
Kippa, what are some of your favorite foods?
And the cleric looks over like, Kip was like, stuff Mother's cooking.
Surely there must be something. I mean, I'd love me some seafood, fish.
I look over to, what's it called? Prairie.
Kip is,
That's Prairie. Is there any way to, like, get, like, a message, like, to someone and get a response, like, right away? Without, like, having to, like, bring them over? No.
and Kippa, you hear her say one of the most unexpected things. She's like, I remember when I was younger and I went hunting with my dad, and we would often track down a bear and then have barbecue of the bear. And Feisty pokes her head up from underneath the table.
Is there barbecue on the table?
Someone's hungry.
She's been stealing it off the table, and everybody's been telling her you can sit in a chair, but she's just been like,
I'd probably be like, she has her ways. It's okay.
I can just imagine not expecting that. You see this giant black
Wild
ball
barbecue.
come up from underneath the table between you and the person you're sitting, just grab something. It's like, ah!
In my travels, I'll do what I can to bring back some exotic barbecues for you.
it's not barbecue like in the sense that Feisty enjoys. It's just sitting around a campfire and talking and having bear. And,
Maybe someday we'll do something.
there's a
like that.
paladin there as well, and they're both just looking in a direction like they talk amongst each other like she can't eat that. It's way too unhealthy for her right now.
Do I see them talking?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna glare in their direction. Not to intimidate them, I'm just glaring at them because I don't like them. After what I've been told, I don't like them.
You guys can roll a perception and see if you pick up on the glare.
I don't like the clerics.
That's a natural 1.
That is a natural 20.
I don't like the paladins or clerics of Kippa.
17 for me.
Screw those
17?
guys.
You guys notice that she's glaring at the paladin and the cleric, like staring daggers through them, and they immediately start responding as you are eating some food, and you actually get a chicken bone in your throat and start choking. And the cleric and paladin come over and they just start doing the Heimlich maneuver on Mongo. They just kind of like pick you up and are like squeezing you like a squeezy toy. And eventually you just upchuck the bone.
Right then. What was that? Also, are you okay?
I am now.
Long day? Really hungry?
Look, I understand stress eating, but calm down. Chew.
Imagine the stress-eating Mongo. He'd be like he was in the forest, big and round.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And Sir Mir looks over. What, pray tell, is the story here?
It's a long one that involves an archfey.
Piece of
No.
shit, Archfey.
Sir Mir
His heart
taps
was
his
delicious, though.
taps his cup on the table. He's like, everyone, ma'am, may I? And Kippa's like, she holds up her glass of water. Whatever you're doing, yes. Like, her entire plate's been curated for her. It's like, everything's been, like, approved for what she can eat and can't eat. And Sir Mir's like, he looks around at everybody, he's like, a lot of you don't have direct involvement. But let's raise a cup to Crier Bell.
Yes. Definitely.
To an old friend.
Best
Kippa.
librarian I've ever met.
Kippa raises her cup of water.
Crazy motherfuckers, but yes.
Probably drinking the same.
Or chalky milk.
Nah, water. Probably.
Grape
That
juice.
royal chocolate milk.
Royal chocolate? Okay, yeah, I guess.
It's probably just like finely made, like.
Grape juice with a shot of vinegar, so it kind of has that, like, it tastes like wine, kind of.
Oh. Ugh.
That sounds so terrible.
Don't it?
Alright. Yeah.
And Kippa's like, I don't mean to be a downer, but we should probably discuss what's in this scroll.
Okay.
She just looks suddenly just defeated. She takes the scroll out and starts looking at it. She's like, you're going to probably travel there. At the other town. I don't know if you've been there yet.
Where?
One
She looks
second,
at-
I have the map.
He pulls out a map and shoves his plate aside.
The Hyperkin Blade, Eblin, or Amberstone?
Amberstone. Scabbard.
Amberstone.
No, I don't think we've been there yet.
No, we haven't.
We
I've heard of
haven't.
that, though. Some of you like magical rocks or something.
Yes, they are able to infuse certain kinds of stones into there with magical energy. To be able to, like, cast spells.
Okay.
Oh, that could be fun.
It is quite fun, apparently. I've been waiting for some to come in so I can examine them for possible use with our group. But, livelies aside until later when we can all just relax post-news. Groups of people that you've asked us to reach out and try to secure as part of the safety net regarding protections, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Along the banks there, they did, out from the actual thing, a ship did go missing in the ocean, and apparently 3 of those people were aboard that you were trying to protect.
Ooh.
Apparently an orc, a halfling, and a kobold.
Charlie?
No,
She hands
not
the-
Charlie.
Scroll over to you.
Little Charlie.
They don't know if it's sabotage or not yet. And Coin's like,
So they know that they're lost, or they suspect that they're lost.
they're lost. As in, gone. The Royal City has sent investigators out there to figure out the cause of this.
We'll make sure we get names, please.
Keep us informed.
Kip is like, we will. And Sirmir taps his cup on the table. He's like, Leviathans are bitches, the sea is a cruel mistress.
It makes me wonder if we're cursed to everyone we meet.
And you get punched right across the face by the most unexpected source.
Okay.
It's Mongo's sister.
Hell yeah!
Ow!
That was an 18 a hit and 4 points of damage.
Fucking suck it!
Ow!
Damn. He's a little
What?
itty bitty thing.
Question,
4
because
points
I
of
just
damage?
realized something looking at my sheet. Did we ever heal from the damage we received from what we saw with Cryerbell?
Will take up to 24 hours to heal necromantic damage.
There was also Hero's
Oh,
Feast. It
crap.
works like a long rest.
Shit. Oh yeah.
Not for that. But Hero's Feast would heal you back up to full, except for the necrotic damage.
Oh.
Did we recover?
Okay.
24 hours.
It has not been 24
Trying to
hours,
remember what my hit points were. My hit points were not. It was half of. Okay, so.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was either. Actually, I do. It was like 48, I believe. Something.
But
weird is-
Nikolai just goes
Another
out
4.
of his chair and
Yeah.
slides.
I'm down to a third of my hit points. I am knocked out.
Not knocked
Oh,
out,
okay.
you're just like,
Do I want to be knocked out?
your face is throbbing.
Oh! What was that for?
You hear a voice from the table.
In the translation,
And it's like,
Let me see.
shouldn't say such curses, you're not a curse.
Talk. Please, just talk.
You walk over, pick him up, help him back into his chair. Alright, you kind of deserve that one. And lay on hands.
Got the shit knocked out of me by the most unexpected source.
Recover 5.
is it wrong that I'm proud of Sunny right now?
She puts her hand on your shoulder gently and she's like, I'm glad I didn't turn you into like glass or something. That would have been really bad.
Yeah. Maybe Mongo's right. You should get some training to know how to control that.
You weren't there for that conversation.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Sorry.
Yeah, nope.
Never mind. Sorry.
Yep.
I got the separate idea.
Looks like you have one hell of a swinging arm there, though.
Yeah, was that like a left hook or something?
Just out of nowhere.
Where
No,
did-
it was more like the Thor punch, the Hulk punch to the side.
Where did that come from?
And she just settles back in, like, she reaches over, pulls some scraps off Nikolai's plates, and starts eating them.
I'm probably just still rubbing the jaw.
Whatever she grabbed over scrap-wise, I'll try to actually get the, like, full portion of.
Slide a paw, man.
I was gonna say, it's like, I don't care if she fucking sees me do it. Apparently she's going to at a 5.
Oh, it's pretty obvious. People have stopped questioning Sunny stealing scraps, like, she's gonna do what she does. So you're able to just chat amongst the group, finally taking a breather despite the bad news.
How do we go about getting to? And this is Scaver speaking to the family, everybody here. How we want to go about going to Amberstone? Doing this up through the mountains. We want to see if we can take a boat, hire a carriage. I don't know.
No. What's the proper way to get there? Talking to the.
Everybody starts giving their own opinions, talking all at once, essentially, on how to get there. And it's just suddenly like, oh my god.
Perhaps one at a time?
And they're like, everybody just kind of quiets down.
Well, has anybody been there before?
Coin raises her hand.
What's it like?
Green.
Oh, you should like that.
Okay, so Coin, you're the one that's been there. No one else raised their hands?
The satyr raises their hand.
Okay. Okay. Who else?
The other centaur, she raises her hand.
Okay. So you 3. Okay. What's the best way to get there?
The most direct way. Take the most direct road there.
Yeah, my brother here doesn't seem to understand that
Coin
there's
looks over
roads
at
you
you.
can just go on.
You will love the keeper of the druid circle there.
Yeah?
They're a treant.
Treant.
Yes.
Oh, those are the walking trees, huh?
Yeah.
I think we saw one of
And
those. at that other
yeah, it's actually a couple.
Well,
It's a treant, and I never caught their names because I avoid talking to treants. They're very long-winded. But
Shocked to hear there's somebody Coin won't talk to.
she looks over at you.
Well,
Happen to know I know a bard treant. Takes a while to get to the punchline, but eventually they get there.
You didn't leave him alone?
Drinks more than you.
It's really not hard to do.
And you hear someone else at the table, oh, careless whiskers.
Well, this does leave another really important question.
Coin's like, if they're married to a dryad.
That's interesting.
that's an interesting relationship.
I mean, dryads tend to take up their home inside a tree, so maybe something happened there.
That definitely
There's no
sounds
good
like
answer to that.
Oh no! No! Wait, you said the. Did you say archdruidess entry in?
No.
Okay.
Just married.
Okay, because I was like, oh god, that joke just got even worse.
And the someone else speaks up at the table. They're like, "We could make an arrangement if you do want to meet the arch druid of this continent."
You should. You should.
You should do it, sister.
Didn't know there were archdruids of an entire continent.
Generally, each continent has a arch druid, or a region of islands has a arch druid, and we can set up that arrangement where you get to meet them. Osling's like, oh boy.
You should.
It is good to meet the other archdruids, but it also puts so much more pressure on me as it is my path to be one.
Maybe
And,
you can
uh,
teach you something.
Melum's like, yeah, your sister too. And you see a plate go flying across the table. And Melum dodges out of the way of it as Osling chucked her plate at Melum. It's just like skipping a stone across water on the table.
So, a little bit of an important question here.
To food fight or not to food fight?
Taking the road to Amberstone, it looks like we have to cross the Hyperkin Blade. What can you tell us about that?
Watch out for the carnivorous goblins that ride clips.
Can you help
I'm
with
sorry, can you repeat that? I'm pretty sure I heard carnivores and goblins riding clips.
Well, aren't most goblins like carnivores?
No, these have formed a war band, essentially.
They're bad.
And they're decorated in their own fallen and any other thing that they can get wearing bones. And they've managed to get the bright idea of using clips as mounts despite these substantial losses.
Well, we have the Goblin God with us. We should be okay.
I don't think it works that way, Nikolai.
Do you remember the fucking clips last time, you stupid pest rat?
Jeez!
Actually, he
Do
might...
I need
was a
to stomp?
joke.
Do I need to stomp you into a
It's a
bloody pole?
joke. Jeez.
Well,
Should just
we
leave it
did
to the
learn
clips.
from our last encounter that they are extremely susceptible to fire.
Well, yeah.
We do have a lot of fire on us.
You can just make fire.
So, here's another question. Would it be safer to just cross through the ocean there?
You hear the furbolg. I ain't got no fire on me.
Okay. Do people normally just go there by the road, right?
Yeah, but they sometimes have an armed guard depending on how bad the situation is.
And most people make it there, right?
Occasionally, some stupid people do end up as war trophies.
Okay. So just like a couple, random, like a random merchant just deciding they don't need no guard kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We could probably just take the road, brother.
Alright.
Jeez. What's your problem with roads? They're made for a reason.
Being cautious. I don't just throw caution to the wind like you sometimes.
Well, I got a feeling that if it wasn't safe to take the
Kippa
road...
speak. Announcing yourself in taverns.
Okay, look, to be fair, I didn't understand how things work here. This is the upper crest. Now I know better.
It's like, I get a feeling that if it wasn't safe, these three would have told us it's not safe.
Can you make a acrobatics for me? Or a reflex, actually. Not an acrobatics or reflex.
Deck save?
Mhm.
Or, yeah. 16.
So as you're sitting there, you just see Kippa. Her hands are just idle, and she just reaches over, grabs one of the cupcakes. And you see her just kind of move a bit, and she takes something from Sir Mir underneath the table. And you hear a click, and you turn right towards it, and a cupcake hits you right in the face as it's launched from a crossbow.
Oh. Does she still have a wrist shot?
No, you're not on her. And the cleric comes over and says, "Milady, please."
And a women for the cleric.
Huh?
Yeah, I was just going to
no.
throw something at the cleric. It's like, if he says, please behave yourself, I'm just like, I'm just
I'm
throwing the cleric.
All I'm
All
doing
full
is
mashed
glaring.
potatoes or something to that consistency.
All I'm doing
Right at the
is
cleric.
glaring because it's everything in Cayenne's power to keep from wanting to just full on punch both of them, regardless of what happens. Because she don't like them. Fuck the paladin. Fuck the cleric. Drop off in a hole. I don't care. Leave me alone.
Well, you know they're
Kick
there
them up.
for specifically health reasons.
Oh yeah, I know. I still don't like them. They're
Yeah.
controlling pieces of shit.
And what the cleric's like, please put the crossbow away and don't encourage them, milady. And Kip was like,
As we all raise something in front.
roll attacks. This poor cleric's about to get fucking decimated. Fuck it, I'll roll for everybody else too.
Since we do have proficiency with food fighting,
Oh
do we
my
get to
god,
roll
we
with
technically
advantage?
do.
No.
We've done it many times. Once a year.
Oh, this cleric is fucked.
Uh-oh.
Do we have
No.
no. Damn it.
Damn, really?
Just roll.
Uh,
Are you joining in?
pretty
Sure,
sure I
why
fucking
not?
missed. What do we add to
It's just
food
your
fight?
It's just dex for
Dexterity.
throwing
It's just
stuff.
Oh, okay.
Dex for throwing.
Sixth.
Pretty sure I missed. Unless this cleric has the worst fucking AC.
Modified 20.
God damn. What are you throwing?
Probably some, like a little muffin or biscuit or something soft.
It's not throwing anything
a,
because Cayenne would throw something very hard.
and it would be like, yes, the Obscura tradition.
Basically,
What'd you get there?
Well, I'm wondering, is it just Dex, or would I use the same roll for dagger because it's a thrown weapon?
It would just be Dex.
Okay, then 8.
8.
Yeah.
You're sitting there and you're like watching the table start chucking food at this cleric, and you just get mashed potatoes to the side of your head, and Mongo's sitting there like, oh no. As they just drop onto your shoulder.
Question. Does this trigger a memory?
No.
Okay.
We know we did do this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
That was
just
meant for somebody else.
Just shouting out, yes, the Obscura tradition.
So, you see your sister, she reaches over and she grabs one of the turkeys. That a little bit of it's been pulled off of it. And before you can respond, Mongo, she drops it down on you like a barrel, and your head pops out of the neck of the turkey. Your arms are stuck to the side.
I'm gonna reach over,
Mongo,
pluck a piece off.
she looks at you. Mongo, are you stuffed? And Coin's like, oh, that's good.
Meanwhile, I'm just eating some of the turkey.
And Osling says probably one of the darkest things that probably strikes fear into your heart. She's like, oh, Feisty, are you hungry for food that runs away? And Feisty poked her head up.
Feisty? Wait a minute.
And Feisty, she's oh my god, poor you. That's a natural 20 on her today. She acts like she's gonna lunge at you.
Oh, okay. Little one's gift.
You're baffing the fuck out.
Yep. Like, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Oh, we all needed a good laugh at the table. There's so much bad news recently.
Yep. Oh, where do I vamp to though?
Behind Coin.
You bamf, and you land right into the big giant tub of gravy.
God damn it.
No, not the.
We have no more gravy to use.
Well,
Oh, there's plenty to use, see?
Well, made this mess. You know the rules. We gotta clean it up.
Oh, we're not done yet.
We're not done yet.
All of the council is still there.
They're joining in because they think this is normal tradition.
Oy.
Yeah, we're not done yet.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
throw
no,
some
I'm
fancy
covering
out.
those two in gravy.
I'd probably say that when we're done then. Yeah, every time we did, we had to clean it up.
Or I'm trying to. It's a 7.
Damn.
Where he's
I can't
trying to
roll for
throw gravy,
shit.
he's more or less splashing around like he's in a tub. It's like the most pathetic, like, of gravy ever.
I think I'm getting myself more covered than anything.
Fur's gonna be sticky for hours.
For some turkey to kippa.
She takes it, eats it after checking it.
Make sure it's not covered in fur, family or otherwise.
I mean, she's a fuzzy kobold.
Yeah.
Fry's used to fur.
This is a good thing to happen.
Alrighty.
So eventually the festivities come to an end. You're able to return back to your home. And,
Everybody's gross.
oh no, he's not.
Have you learned fucking nothing?
At one point, you were gross.
The most surprising thing actually gets cast, and it makes you so jealous.
It just cleans the whole fucking room.
No, Alufa casts a AoE version of precipitation that cleans the entire room.
Please teach me.
Please teach me.
Cayenne is clean, except for the paint. Because that's going to take an actual bath. The mashed potatoes, gone.
I can see just Mongol just crawling on his knees begging, please teach me this.
And you guys return back home, and yeah, you're able to get back home, and Humphrey's still oddly fairly quiet.
Have you gotten anything from him?
Not really. He's been keeping to himself.
He's still there, right? Okay. Humphrey, thank you.
Don't get a response from the crazy hat.
Well, I wanted to make sure that he knows that I appreciate what he's done.
It was a cost, man.
Alrighty. Should we start going through this stuff?
Yep. Well, we gotta. Is the vault even open right now?
You're back at the house.
We got this stuff at the house that we can
That is
Yeah.
true.
open up and figure out. We're not being kicked out anymore, I guess, so we can just go to the vault tomorrow.
Yeah.
I imagine it's late in the day now, right?
It's very late in the day.
You wanna
Grab
spend
one
some
of the.
time identifying some of the stuff after we get it out of the boxes?
Yep.
We can.
First, we got to get it open.
Yeah, yeah,
I'll grab,
grab
one of the
one and see if I
boxes
can figure it
that
out.
was in my parents' room and try to open the lock.
yeah. Same thing. Any of the boxes that were in my, what would be my parents' like areas, I would
Where is?
attempt to get opened.
There it is. So you head back to the room and do a Nate or animal handling for me.
Oh, fuck, I'm gonna get attacked by another goddamn bird.
Or baby birded.
Look, it's a mimic cockering.
What?
That would just be terrible.
Unless you're
No.
into that thing.
Fucking 6?
6?
Yeah, I'm gonna get fucking attacked by that goddamn bird.
No. The birds are actually relatively chill. The mushrooms have just been causing a mischief in their little square that they've been left in. They have food, they have water, but they've just been causing mischief.
Oh no.
They have a square, but they've been building up in that square.
The floorboards are starting to be pulled up to be formulate a tower.
Within the square. We will stay in the square, damn it.
And by the logic of the mushrooms, they're trying to find the top of the square, but they haven't found it yet.
Magical square keeping us here.
Okay. Well, the mushrooms are smart, but
Not that smart again, apparently.
they're kind of,
Smart but not wise.
So if we go over the top of it, we'll be free.
But
How do
have
we
to
find the top of it? I don't know.
Go up. Yes.
We have to pole vault.
fungus. Capable of mind control, incapable of intellect.
They haven't got that far yet. Imagine having a brain shroom.
I do
We
have
fucked.
I do have an idea to
Feed a
create.
mushroom brains.
No. To create a mushroom based off the ingredients I forgot I still have my best.
There's some crazy, like, mind flayer shit going on there with brain shrooms.
Do a investigation for me. Let's see how smart Mungo is.
Come on, over 10. Over 10.
Just over 10.
Thank you. Thank you
You
very
talk to your
much.
dice more often, I guess, man.
Apparently, investigation 21.
Hey.
Nice.
Blackjack?
What?
Blackjack?
If that's what my dice would like to be referred to as, that's what I will call them.
So you're in your parents' room. You're looking around a little bit, and you are just kind of searching around the room and trying to find anything that would be of use to the situation. And you find a book that's been starting to be put together with a manuscript inside of it.
Of course, father was writing the fucking biography.
Do you crack it open?
Yep. Aiming away from me because I remember the fucking pranks.
And nothing comes out of the book.
Fucking gonna go into the book. Okay, nothing comes out. I guess I start to.
You turn the book around, and this giant tongue comes around and licks you from top to bottom. Just kidding.
Ew.
It's like being licked by Sistromi.
That's not.
I think I just saw you turn green there.
Oh. If you don't know, you don't know. But if you know, I'm sorry.
I still think the best video regarding Sistromi is the Brandon Ferris one where he opens it in his car
Ugh.
Oh.
with the windows up.
Nope.
Yeah, that was a totaled car.
It's not a book written by your father, it's a book written by your mother.
Hmm.
And it has a simple title. In regards to Zek Helixus.
Check some because I'm pretty sure that's Humphrey's name.
Yeah. If I remember correctly.
How Mungo would ever trust a book again.
Yeah. Okay, in regards to yeah.
Osling looks at you, Kyan, and she's like, "What are they doing?"
is she pointing to?
The mushrooms.
From what I can take a guess at, they're trying to find the top of the square.
She looks at you and she's like,
My thoughts exactly.
and at this point you see they pulled up a piece of the floorboard and they've actually broke it into strips to try to make it go higher using other pieces of wood and spit and saliva and stuff to try and just make this go up higher. And it's very rickety. It reminds you of the Goblin Row of really bad construction ideas.
Oh god, Scaff's been teaching them the scientific method.
You mean the scavatific method?
Sorry, Betty.
Koboldic method.
No,
Koboldic
not
method.
sure.
So do you start reading this book?
Oh yeah.
How intently are you reading this book? The world tunes out around you.
Why is that the question?
Does your tail crook too?
Well, I guess I'd just start reading it, and then, depending on the subject matter and what all's there, my intensity would change.
Let's put on the Doom music.
Oh. Why does reading things in your world always end so badly for my characters?
Because you're a lore hound and you go poking your nose in a places it shouldn't belong.
You put a fucking scroll in front of me. Why would I not read it? In this case, a book, and it...
But it is in your mother's handwriting. It says, this book is supposed to accompany, as we call him, Humphrey. Above all else, with him being a beholder, never trust him. He is a beholder. Do not trust beholders. Trust them to a degree. Furthermore, here is the history that we have documented of him before he became a very useful hat to the world. As you know, Humphrey, in his original state, was a beholder that had thick black scales and several copper rods sticking out of him. And several of his stalks were replaced by mechanical versions. Its eye was a glassy, hazy orb, and the mouth was much of like sticking your arm in a bear trap full of daggers.
Yes.
Just see a tornado of teeth.
But before he was Humphrey, he considered himself a king, but in truth he was a mad king of a continent. How was he a ruler of a continent? He pulled elements from other planes of existence to create his continent. We're not sure if these were created on his whim, as a beholder does, or if he simply abducted them. The people on this continent often lived in fear of their life and the beholder, and his never-ending insanity. His many years and his descending age had caused his mind to stray to the extreme edges, much like all beholders eventually find themselves out until they remake themselves and they become a little bit more sane once more.
Okay.
This is considered baseline normal beholder personality. Keep that in mind. In his insanity, he was often very paranoid of the great ancient old ones that he had learned about in a book, and that they had learned of him. As time went on, he delved more into these thoughts and humored them. Each time something changed within the content to add a defense or to eliminate entire swaths of people as a whole. Whether it be buildings, forests, landmarks, peoples, animals, it was up to the madness of his mind. This is where the Obscura stepped in. We had heard about this, and we put an end to it. We offered him a simple deal in the very end. We will protect you from these great old ones, as long as you, Humphrey, stay as Humphrey, not reveal your actual name, and service us. In doing so, the continent was freed of the ill intent of a mad king, and we gained a very valuable hat. And that's where it ends. It's a few pages, and there's illustrations throughout this entire thing that was done by Nikolai's dad.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep that book with me from now on.
Now you know roughly how terrible Humphrey actually was.
Yeah.
So, you're dealing with the mushrooms.
Yes, I'd be looking for any I guess just obscure made birdhouses or just things that were just never used. I could use to make a tower and then draw a bigger square around it. So then, look, you have a house with the floors. Do not make me tan that hide. Do not make me saute you.
It's a frying pan.
I want you
Idea.
to do a nature for me.
Okay.
What are you doing, Nikolai?
I'm just going through the boxes that we pulled from anywhere that would have
I'll
been
take
like
that.
mother or father's kind of domain, their room, workshops, probably the kitchen.
You're not actually able to open any of the boxes, but you do manage to open one of the boxes,
Okay.
and inside are 2 scrolls.
Okay.
And you look at the scrolls, and they're schematics for a level 1 spell and a level 2 spell.
Oh.
I'm not going to just be like, here, you get these. They were catered to you what they would consider useful.
Oh, okay, cool. So
got
take
it.
2 spells.
Got it, 25.
25. You're looking at this chaos, and you're just kind of you pause as Osling's helping you look for a birdhouse, and you see something crazy going on in there. And you're just kind of flabbergasted and horrified and terrified all at the same time. All your mushrooms are accounted for. There's a new mushroom. And, you know how flowers will, bloom and shed their outside?
Yeah.
You see Nipsey has basically shed and became a new mushroom by infusing somehow, and it's this, the cap comes down almost like a squid with these razor sharp hooks. And you see it just kind of billow a little bit, and you see almost bioluminescence in there, almost like a hypnotic pattern.
Oh no! Oh no!
And yeah.
All of Nipsey's friends are mushrooms.
I just saw dread on Mongo's face.
I feel dread in my soul because I don't know what this fucker's capable of. Shit.
What about you, Scav?
Probably going through the room looking for any of the things that was on the map.
Investigation.
Great. So Nipsey has evolved into some sort of cross between Audrey 2.
And Hypnotoad.
Yeah.
Hypno leech.
23.
23?
We're sure Nipsey's on our side, right?
I certainly hope so.
You look around a little bit, and you're kind of digging around a little throughout the room some, and you've come across a chest, and you see that there's a combination lock on it of some sort. And next to the lock, you see scrawled and draconic, like someone clawed it in. And then underneath it is scrawled in cobalt. It says, "What is the magic word?"
Emperor.
Alright.
You're like, "What's in his fucking chest?"
Okay.
How much longer till we gotta call Nipsey Audrey?
That's a fair question.
Are you gonna look for anything else, Mungo?
Yeah.
Investigation. After you just keep this book and tuck it away in one of your pockets. Like,
Uh-huh.
I
21
don't
again.
know on this one.
Ozzy looks over. Are you okay?
I'm gonna point at the new shroom.
And she looks over. What in the undead gods are those? Or that? I'm not responsible for that.
Mm-mm.
What'd you get?
21 again.
21? God damn. Nice. You're investigating around, and much like your sibling over there, you find a case. You find a loose panel, and you shift it a little bit, and it clicks. And you hear something sliding down, and you hear another click. Another one. And I'm guessing you're probably panicking at this moment because you
Yeah.
think it's a trap.
Oh shit, backing away.
So just looking for which way to dive out of the way.
And just to play into your paranoia, you hear clicks in the wall, and the one behind you, and the one above you.
Find a table to dive under.
And then you hear all the clicks at once. And this thing just comes sliding out and slides up to your foot. And it's another case. And
Nut
so-
case with foot.
Sonny's like, she comes in, "Why are you paranoid?"
Turns out our parents have a sense of humor.
Okay.
Be careful where you step.
I don't think it would be anything fatal.
No, just gross.
Is it like falling in a gelatinous cube and then some of your skin is being eaten off and you're screaming and just suffocating on the gelatinous cube until you're pulled out?
Sounds a little more than gross.
No.
Oh. Well, you're lucky if that didn't happen to you.
Just hug my sister.
You're like, fuck.
God.
How many times are you gonna rip his heart out in just this episode?
What's our happiest member? Being removed from the gelatinous cube.
I'm going to attempt to remove the new mushroom to look at it.
You roll an animal handling.
I have a feeling it's gonna be a little annoyed at first.
Are you gonna have him identify your new dagger?
Yes. If he wants to.
Okay. Are you gonna identify the sword in your parents' room?
The sword and the shield,
Okay.
actually.
What shield was it?
It was
Old
Noah's
wood one.
father's old shield with all the marks and such on it.
Got it.
And why the hell not identify the weird cloak that Alufa gave him?
Okay.
So, mother's sword, father's shield, and the
Yep.
cloak. that
Just
Alufa-
making a list here for you. What are you doing, Nikolai? Looking at the spells that you just got?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now. Also.
What was your animal?
That was a 10.
10. You take it out, and at first you see like the stalk of it. You see all these barbs starting to come out, like almost like fish hooks, and it goes to latch onto your finger, and just kind of relaxes a little bit. And you're kind of looking at this mushroom a little bit. And you see the stalk come down, and it's almost like a hypodermic needle with hooks on it at the very bottom. You okay there, Tom?
Nipsey's on our side, right?
And
Yeah.
you're realizing this thing could probably just use its ability to propel itself like a projectile and hit something.
Well, that's useful.
Oh, good. Nipsey's a sentient dart. Does she know acupuncture?
That will drink you dry.
Who is already proven to be able to take down a medium-sized adult deer.
Fairly certain, depending on her use or knowledge on anatomy, I think the size category has gone up.
I was thinking, like, I would handle with care with that one. We don't know if it will stab you and plant babies.
Gonna hold it, look at it. You wouldn't do that to me, right? I'll make sure you eat. Just don't hurt me or anyone that's involved in me. Please.
And it just pulses like a green color.
I'm assuming that's a good thing.
Animal handling.
Because usually green means good to go. 17?
17? You're assuming green is good. Green is usually good. So do you open the case? High or low, bud? My dice have been all over the board today, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm high, I guess. Probably the wrong answer.
Fortunately, that's a natural 20.
God damn. You're getting like all the luck right now.
Okay. First one will be okay. That's the wrong die to roll for that. Okay. Okay. And okay.
All I hear is dice rolling and okay.
You get a level 3 spell, a level 2 spell, a level 1 spell, and a level 1 spell of your choice from that case.
Oh. That helps.
I know I'm just divvying out like spells here, but you guys are a little behind on spells.
You're not hearing a complaint out of the wizard. I just want to be very clear about that.
If it's a very powerful spell, please run it by me for approval, please.
Oh, I was going to send you a list once I
Yes.
actually make up my
On
fucking
that
mind,
box,
which may
you
be
said
3
it
weeks
was
from now.
written in Kobold and Draconic. Is it like the same phrase in both languages?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else on the box looking around, or anything in the room that could provide a clue to that?
Investigation. So now you have Nipsey 2.0.
I have Lancet.
Lancet. Oh, is it, are you, to stay with the theme of today, are you naming it Lancelot?
Oh my lord. Hey, that actually would work. Because it lances things a lot.
19.
I was like, it could be named Scalpel.
Oh my god, talk about giving into people's absolute fears. Like, the absolute horror that some people have. This thing launches at somebody, right? Latches onto their, like, orbital and just keeps stabbing them in the eye. Over and over again.
No.
That was a 19.
Whole reason I am never getting LASIK. I will go blind first.
Yeah,
Just getting shanked in the eye over and over
that's
by
not
this
the
plant.
whole reason I'm not doing it. It's part of the reason is
I have white
so many-
coat syndrome. I will be hyperventilating.
Yeah, I've heard so many horror
Ow.
stories.
You start searching around and you see this thing is.
Just enough for me.
You try to move a little bit and it's like, oh my god, mom probably had to move this thing in here. And it's a really heavy chest. And you don't find any clues in it, but you're seeing various clues on the actual chest itself.
I'll investigate further, I guess. Is it any language written in there that I actually, like Kobold, Draconic, or anything?
It's just various symbols.
Okay.
Phantom owls. So what are you gonna do once you get these 4 scrolls?
Start looking at them. See if I can figure out which ones they are, despite the fact that I haven't picked which ones they are.
Yeah, your dad actually and your mom left you something. And Sunny walks over and she looks at you and she's like, "Oh, they left you gifts."
Us.
She starts looking around the room and she's not touching anything. She's just walking around looking at things. She's not interacting with anything like you are. There's a certain distance she's keeping from everything.
Let's see if Mom left any clothes there.
All right, investigation. Mongo comes out. Look, I'm fabulous.
24.
So, like,
That-
Tuesday?
Huh?
24.
24. You're starting to pick up all these various symbols in different orders, and you're like, some of these could be fake symbols or something like that.
What do they even look like?
Scratches.
Okay.
But they seem like not like scratches where you would be moving this around. They seem very purposeful. Slightly deeper or offset from something. Yeah.
Some patterns and such.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can figure it out. Let's try again.
Straight intelligence.
How would you describe that shroom? Because I have light shroom, stink shroom, berry, tough shroom, blade shroom, and fire shroom.
Hypodermic squid shroom.
Hypodermic squid shrimp. Alright.
I just saw a look of
Vampire
dread.
Vampire squid shroom.
There you
Yeah.
go. Sure.
21.
That's a 10.
A 10? You're in the closet and you're just kind of looking around. You're like, fuck. Which one's
Mom
mom's?
was in the
Which one's
closet, huh?
dad's?
They're both fabulous.
Fucking both Munchkin tabaxis and had to dress for certain occasions.
21.
21? Oh man, it's taking you a while, but you're starting to piece it together.
Alright. We'll work at this some more. Keep on going.
It shows Sonny what's in the closet. It's like,
She goes over and she's like, "Oh, your parents' clothes."
hour.
Trying to beat this into her poor head.
What do you
No.
want me to roll?
No, because if I use that kind of phrase, she may assume literally.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not sure which is Mom's and which one's Dad's, but I'm sure they'd be fine with you grabbing anything that you'd like.
Do... Oh my god. Do a general knowledge for me. I'm gonna laugh if you rolls a natural 20 on this.
Not
What
even
did you-
close.
What do you want me to roll for this
Um,
next one? Sorry.
Sleight of hand.
Intelligence?
Mm-hmm.
9.
9? It takes you a good little bit of time watching her as she stands there. And you're like, maybe if I leave her alone for a while, she might actually interact with things.
I'll go out to the common area and start fiddling with the Bell spellbook.
The Bell spellbook. Oh boy.
Yeah.
You get out there and Noodle sits on the table next to you.
Change of plan.
Play with your noodle in public?
Get that stone that I got for him.
Oh.
Gonna give that to him.
He looks at it, very perplexed.
Saw one. Thought of you. Besides, I kind of owe you an apology for being rude and the hole in the wall. I should have known better.
Just kind of looks at you and takes the stone, ferrets it away in their pocket. They walk over to you and they reach in their pocket and they pull something out and they put it in your hand. And you just feel like a moment of, as it goes between your paw pads, it's a used handkerchief and the yuck starting to seep between your paws.
Ew.
Thank you, Noodle.
You do that, and these long entrails come off of it.
I try to look at the rest of the handkerchief to see whose this might have been.
You can't really tell whose it was, but it's absolutely, it's like, it got like black on it, dark green, and like yellow, and
Oh, we're
You made him cry.
25.
25.
19 plus 6.
You eventually figure out the combination to this, and it's taken forever to figure it out. Your head is starting to hurt a little bit.
I've probably been gone for a while.
Yeah.
And you figure out the phrase, and you probably might want to hit your head against this actual chest. It says the magic word.
I fucking love it. I'm just wondering if he has the same combination on his luggage.
Alright.
You're like, these cheeky motherfuckers.
Yep.
Your bird comes over and just lands on your horns.
So
Go
basically,
ahead and
plain
pop
sight.
it open.
And it looks down at you.
Give it scritches.
Practically falls upside down and leaning into this. It falls into your arms, and it's like you're holding a baby.
Oh no.
This bird is so happy.
Is the new mushroom trying to basically hypnotize the others at this point?
It's not really affecting the other mushrooms, and they're just kind of like, it just became part of the colony.
They're more like, oh, you're new here? What's your name?
Yeah, and it's kind of terrifying to see this thing like developing. Now you're wondering probably how big it's going to get.
Yeah. It's a bit... Like, how tall is it right now?
It's about that tall.
Oh, boy. Oh, Lancelot is going to be a little pain for most things.
You open it up, and your feels are instantly just destroyed again with the recent events and everything, and what you're seeing inside. And it's like your father's and some of your mother's very first adventuring gear in there.
That's cool.
Alright.
And Feisty comes over and just... She closes the lid so you don't cry anymore, and just closes the lid right on your fingers.
Tears and pain. Psychological and physical.
She didn't know what she was doing, she was just trying to help you.
Oh, no. Pop it back open.
After trying to figure out what's on those scrolls, which I have more work to do.
Okay.
I'm not going to do it right now.
So,
Okay.
go ahead.
I was going to go look for Mongo and see if we can work together to get his mother's sword identified so we know what we need to do with it.
Yeah, so you're in the common room, and you realize that at some point you probably asked him if he would be up for identifying your dagger. And you remember that, and you remember that you have a sword to identify and a bunch of other things to identify.
I asked Mongo if he wouldn't mind identifying my dagger when he has free time and when he feels like it.
Yep, so you currently have free time, Mongo.
Yeah, I'm cleaning the yuck off the handkerchief. And then trying to make sure that it
You
wasn't
try to clean it
because-
off, but it seems to just re-manifest.
Oh no.
Are you adding that to the list of things?
Yeah, after I
Put it
asked
in the yuck
Noodles,
pocket.
like, you... Look, I know I was being an asshole. Completely undeserving. You weren't crying into this, creating the... Okay. Adventuring's so fucking gross.
Oh my god, mushrooms are like, one of us, one of us.
One
One of us in this one gets big enough and ends up being the deity to Seth mushrooms and then evil.
Could be a good deity.
So what are you doing, Mongo?
Yeah, I'll identify the new dagger.
Comes in, you hear Mongo knock on your door. You still have that handkerchief in your hand. You're leaving like little droplets behind as you're carrying it.
Ew.
And I still have a bird, like, probably passed out at this point because I'm just doing like this on their chest at their breastbone.
Yeah, she answers the door. She has that bird.
You just hear,
I can come back.
no, like, those are the noises you hear. The creaking I was doing, crow snoring. Bird is asleep.
Yeah, you see Mongo there as you answer the door, and you see Yuck dripping from his little paws. He's holding on to something, and
Aren't you normally?
Aren't you allergic to yuck?
but yes, it's
Noodle gave me a handkerchief.
rather simple
that seems
but
to
effective, like
constantly
old adventuring gear of your
regenerate.
parents, and you see some like old plate mail of your father's in there that's seen
That
many,
which has
many
been usually
combats.
put
Look
into
for
said
everything,
handkerchiefs
take
and
it all
discarded.
out, set it aside. And
You
there's probably gonna be
you
some
must have made him
sad sounds coming from the
little
room.
Little sad crocodile sounds from the room.
Oh yeah.
Alligator laser sounds.
I don't quite know.
And you're looking for
Scabbard asked about getting his sword that sword identified, so I was looking for Mongo to work with him to, create a identify circle and see what we can do to get things identified.
yeah, you go to the room and you hear sounds coming from Scabbard's room.
Off in the distance behind me.
Like what kind of
That's
sounds?
very rickety.
Sad crocodile sounds.
Like a whole bunch of mushrooms clinging on it. Like the
Oh, he's
big
definitely
ones.
crying.
Knock on the door.
It startles you a little bit, but it's like,
I'll
oh,
Come
keep my
in.
head around the door.
Come in.
You alright, brother?
I don't know.
hands are throbbing, eyes hurt.
What happened?
I let him know that he said he probably sees a King Kong style tower of wood in the background with the mushrooms clinging on it like little gremlins.
That's pretty great.
That's pretty normal.
It's an odd situation, but yeah, go ahead and do your identifies. Do you put the thing of yuck in there too to identify?
Yep, might as well.
Okay.
You'll have to explain that handkerchief to me because I'm very confused at that.
It's sitting there on your
Well, there's
where
a lot of
he's doing
things.
identifying. It just creates a little puddle that it's sitting in.
Okay.
And
That's good.
do you put your dagger there as well?
Yeah.
Ozling comes over. She puts hers in there too, out of
You know where
curiosity.
Mongo is?
No, I've been here this whole time.
She's like, "This tells you what it is, right?"
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Figuring this out. And,
Oh, God, other than the colors, those two almost look
I found
identical.
out. And, yeah.
Deep hit.
Okay.
The
Asleep.
cases that they were in, the blades, they were interlocked when I received them. The question is, I don't know where I received them. I woke up and they were next to my bedroll.
That's kind of like how I received both of the feathers that I did. I just manifested. I never received a weapon or
There we go.
anything, but I received feathers as signs, which I thought was pretty cool.
She's like, "That is nice."
Let's
I
see.
once received something similar next to my bed. It was the eyes of an associate that I had that tried to help me as a warning. Poor Mongo's
That's
like,
different.
Was that from Osling or Sunny?
that was from Osling.
Okay.
So, are you doing an identify on the sword?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
you're
Is there a
looking
way
at-
to encompass the sword and the chest with?
No, the sword
A
is
circle.
stuck in the wall, and you'd have to do the circle around it,
Uh-huh.
and
You
then
think
the
we can just
chest
hang
is
on
down
the
below.
sword?
Huh?
You think we could just hang on the sword?
That thing is massive, dude.
So you cast your identification. First up is the. Are you doing a viewing of this as well? The stuff with it. Okay. I was like saying off to the side because she's just like. Always having little dreams. And the first one is the handkerchief. And you see all the Skira members. They're all gathered around a table. And you see Crier Bell. This will be a grand prank.
Oh no.
Whoa.
And Nikolai's father's like, I agree. I think this is quite genius. And they're like, we can infuse this as a item that is always grows. Imagine if you put this in a noble's pocket. And you see Itha's there, her arms across, and she's like, I know a few people that I would do that to. And the Obscuro work together to basically create the most disgusting handkerchief that you can imagine. That
Just
forever,
oozes yuck.
that no matter how much you stop it, it just keeps oozing yuck. And depending on the time of the day, it can smell worse.
The ultimate
And depending
insult.
on region, depending where exactly
Yeah.
you are.
And
Oh.
you're realizing, oh my god, they're fucking evil to maniacal to some degree. But you actually got to hear for once what Crier Bell sounded like.
Our parents are a bunch of assholes.
Wouldn't it be grand if this damn handkerchief is what caused their problems?
They pranked the wrong motherfucker and shit just escalated.
And let's see. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Oh, this is gonna get real
So,
gross real
the
fast.
daggers.
Oh boy.
That's what you get from this handkerchief.
That's all it does. It just creates yuck.
Our parents and their friends were just assholes. Pranky motherfucking assholes.
You take 10 points of divine damage.
Oh shit. I guess you weren't supposed to know.
How does that work with all the necrotic I've got on there?
Actually, that would negate 10 points of it.
So you're healed?
You're healed, but you're still minus 10.
No, just negate 10 points of.
It's like all the damage that I've taken is all fucking necrotic, so it's like I don't know what to fucking set my hit points at now.
Subtract 10 from the necrotic.
So I hit that heal button for 10?
Yeah. It's 4 times the turn. Same for you. Because you're viewing.
It's
So it
Because
takes away 10 points of the necrotic damage we did. Yeah. Okay.
So I'm guessing because it's divine damage, it removes the necrotic damage.
but
But
we
if you
have every
didn't
right
have-
to say holy shit.
But I guess if you didn't have necrotic damage, it would have just hurt.
Yeah. It would just been burning fucking holy ability power.
It's just like in Final Fantasy X hitting a zombie with like a fucking phoenix stone or some shit.
Yeah,
That's the only thing that I can fucking relate it to.
Yeah.
I've always ruled in my campaign that holy damage or healing damage does affect undead. So a cleric could literally just fucking heal a group of undead to death.
Paladin can
Ow.
can
Ow.
wrestle or lay on hands with a zombie.
Yeah.
No, that just gets you in trouble with the law.
Oh. So, back to this. You take the damage, both of you. It's like, oh, it's
It's a good bird.
it's for both of you. It's actually very comparable. It's like walking outside during the hottest day of summer in Arizona at mid-afternoon. It's just like, oh no, I've made a mistake.
Go back inside. Go back inside.
Walking outside in that time, you just reevaluate your poor life choices and realize you done fucked up.
But you see that these items, you don't see where they come from as far as their creation goes. You see that they were placed, and the properties that you pick up off of them. The dagger that Osling has is a dagger of necrotic damage. It is darkness, evil, festering, basically death. It is a dagger of pure death. The one that you have received is the polar opposite. Your dagger can actually be used to heal.
Stab a bitch to life.
So how does that go with Cayenne's motto? She's beauty, she's grace, she'll healing stab you in the face?
It's not so much as you would stab somebody with this dagger, but you can actually use it to cast curing clerical abilities such as cure wounds and things like that.
Nice.
The longer you go without using it, the more powerful of an effect it will have, essentially.
Use it as a focus, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if the birds are a representation of that, if you misuse one of these items, you pick up on this, the birds will begin to decay and die. It is a representation of the choices that you make with these weapons. And they are twin blades. One is life and one is death. The birds are essentially twins. One and the same. And you're back in the room.
Ow.
And you hear the bird in your arms.
No.
So you're trying to identify the giant big ass sword?
Yeah. Is Millen ready to maybe assist?
She's been hanging around in the kitchen and she's getting household things together and she's looking at how to make explosives.
So, haven't had time to teach her identify yet?
Not at the way you can do it.
Okay. Alright. Alright, dude. I'll try this. You want to watch?
You alright?
Yeah, because I don't know how to do it.
Just press your hand there
Do
on
you
the
need to
circle.
borrow a jacket? Okay.
Alright. I'll put my hand on the circle.
Don't mess up the circle, though.
I'm not my hand in the circle, like you said.
And you're casting it.
Cast that yet?
So you identify the sword. The sword
Can I
itself
pop some Arcana into it and try to get a good view of it?
burn all your spell slots.
No.
Do it.
Because, like, I got more stuff to identify.
Okay. So you identify this hefty fucking blade. And yeah. You see that the blade was actually forged by the Obscura,
Okay.
calling in a few contacts and whatnot, and it was specifically built for Ithos.
Okay.
And you're seeing this blade is made of like some sort of very exotic things, and it was essentially a Zweihander the size of her.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my god, that thing is buried deep.
I don't think I'm budging this thing.
Yeah, and you're seeing that the blade comes out like this, and it has a hook this way and a hook this way, and it comes down. And you can see that it actually split into two blades, and then possibly hooked into like a staff position, or
Okay.
used as two separate swords.
That's pretty cool.
and it was forged from some sort of creature. You don't know what.
Okay.
But you do know that this weapon, if you're actually able to actually wield it, this would probably make you very, very happy. It would basically be dealing a shit ton of holy damage.
That's pretty cool.
It's like a paladin's wet dream.
Okay. So, do I know if it is magical?
Don't think I can wield that.
It's not magical in the arcane sense, it's magical in the divine sense.
Okay.
But you do pick up the one memory from it that's actually kind of funny.
Okay.
You see Ithos with this massive blade, and she's leaning against it a little bit, talking to Scavard's father. And Scavard's father's like, "What are you going to do with that?" She's like, "I got an idea." He's like, "What's the idea?" "You're going to go slay another giant with it that's causing chaos?" She's like, no. She's like, "Step out of the room." And he's like, okay. He steps out of the room, and he's looking inside the door. The other Obscura members are kind of coming over and looking inside the door as well. And she spins this thing with a single hand and slams into the wall with one hand, very deep. And they're like, and your dad's like, "Oh no." He runs in and he's like,
What?
the structural damage. Ithos is like, "I can't wait till our kids try to pull that out. It's gonna be hilarious."
Oh,
And you're-
fuck.
And your dad just starts laughing from the hallway.
Yep. Definitely won't be able to do that, I don't think. It's worth a try.
Huh?
Was exactly right.
Yeah. And you guys are standing there probably looking at each other like, looking at this massive blade.
I don't know if we're moving this thing, brother.
Well, I don't know if the magic that's in a holy sword is the same as the magic that's in an arcane sword. But if it is, it should resize to your
Guess there's
size.
only one way to find
And you hear
out.
Hold on to it for a while.
And you hear someone like chewing on like a piece of like a nut standing off behind you.
Mhm.
You guys look around.
Yeah.
You see Milms in there, and she's like, she searches around her pocket, and she walks over, and she pulls out a saw, and she's like, "Well, can't let good materials go to waste." And she starts trying to figure out a way up
No.
there.
No. Are you able to possibly identify this shield and cloak there, brother, if I put it on top of this?
It would just be another circle, but
How about you just put it in the chest, and I'll just identify everything that's in the chest.
Put it in the chest then. Place the cloak.
How much of a pranksters were they?
Oh boy.
While he does that, I guess I'll stand in the circle and
No, just hold on to your sword while
hold
I
on
get
to the sword.
All right.
see if I'm able to attune to this, I guess.
So as you're you put everything in the chest to basically have it identified. You make this circle to identify, and we're gonna leave off on this. We'll pick it up next time. As you finish the identify spell, the chest moves, and you see it's just open up with all these razor sharp teeth as the identify spell triggers some sort of magical trap on it. It becomes sentient and starts to attack you guys. And you hear this noise from down the hall as this like grating metal angry sound occurs. Followed by like a metallic roar of some sort. And that's where we're gonna leave off for the night.
Well, fuck. Why are you looking at me? I didn't know that was going
Why
to
is it
happen.
always you two? Always you two.
I was supposed to know that was going to happen.
Did you miss the part of the conversation where we all stated our parents are assholes?
Yes, I know about that.
Paranoia, pranking equals magical fuck you.
And
So-
this is just the bashing one. Or kicking. Or stomping.
So, that's where we're calling it for the night. We thank you for tuning in and joining us.
Yes.
We will see you next week as we pick up in combat and see how this goes. We hope you have a safe week, safe travels, and yeah. Join us next week and join us on Discord as well. Have a good night.
Shit, I just
Have a good
realized.
night, everyone.
Yeah,
Night.
good night.
Night, night.
I put my shield in there. I don't know.